Oh, fuck, are we on? Hold on a second. I totally forgot that I was live. Oh, there we go. That's better. I don't know if anybody's coming up or not. When I brought it up, which I hardly ever plan shit ahead of time, but all of a sudden, family and real world shit is more important than YouTube, which is not. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just being an asshole, I guess. Um, but the link is posted. I know you fuckers are gonna want to talk about the new document drop. If you haven't seen it, I've not posted anything on it because I know everybody else is going to. So it's really kind of pointless. You will all see it eventually. And I'm surprised nobody's gone. Well, maybe somebody has and I didn't see it. But if nobody's gone live about it yet, they will. Trust me, it's nothing. It's nothing surprising. But I just lost my train of thought. Thought about going live earlier, changed my mind, and then changed my mind again. And I'm like, fuck it. I'm just gonna take some pills and not go live. And then I was like, oh fuck it, I'll go live anyway since nobody else is. At least nobody that I give a shit about that I'm subscribed to. Anyway, who the fuck's here? What's going on? Pull over. Uh, I think I might know your cousin Ben. Do you know a bend over by any chance? I don't know. What's going on, Anthony? What's up, Rod? What's going on, Hila? You're paying your loser ex's bills, man. Hey, that's your own fault. If you haven't hired a hitman yet, uh, then I don't know what else to tell you. Your daughter's mom is holding out for that management position. Well, it's been my experience that the management position involves doggy style most of the time. Somewhere, somehow, up the line, somebody's getting fucked. One second. There, that's better. Well, Rod, we can't talk about it on YouTube, my man. Don't be like these dumb fucks around here and plan somebody's hit live. Yeah, too much evidence. Besides that, I'm very expensive. But I've never been caught either. What's going on, Meth Claus? I'm sure you've probably seen the documents by now. It won't matter though. What's going on, section? Damn right. Shout out to the sea monkeys. Sea monkeys are the only reason I even hang around. What's going on, Robbie? What's up, Lisa? I'm not outside at the moment. I'm actually laid up, which is the real reason. I'm just bored. I haven't been able to do anything today. Been laying around all day popping pills. I can I can. It takes me about 10 minutes to stand up. Maybe not quite that long, but you know. Yeah, I think we're all night owls. We're all insomniacs. We've all got some kind of fucked up thing that happened to us at some point in our lives to fuck up our sleep cycle. I remember like the first time they gave me Ambien back when it actually helped me some. I mean, it still works sometimes now, just not always. But the doctor was like, "Hey, it's real important that you don't take this with your pain pills." And right away, I'm thinking, that's the first thing I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pick this shit up in the middle of the afternoon, and by 4 o'clock, I'm gonna be out. And they were like, "We can only have you on this for 10 days." And back then, they would prescribe benzos along with your pain pills and your sleep pills. Like they would just give you shit and a lot of it. And he's like, "But we're gonna have to cut your Klonopin usage in half." I'm like, "What the hell? No." I'm like, "Well, fuck, if this shit works, I'll be asleep for 8 hours." It never put me out for that long by itself, uh, but anyway, they were like, you can only be on this for 10 days, so I'm only giving you 10 of them. I said, "All right." And then the next time I went back, he said, "How did the Ambient work?" I'm like, "Yeah, it was all right." And at the time, it helped a little bit, you know. Um, and so he just put everything back up to where it was and gave me a 30-day supply, and I've been getting them ever since. So I'm not really complaining. I just wish this shit would work a little better. What's the temp here? Oh, I don't know. It's probably, I don't know, mid to upper 20s. I think it's supposed to be warmer tomorrow, though. Yeah, I with my mom being in the nursing home, my dad's not around their place very much, so I've been taking care of their animals every day. You know, when it's cold, well, I mean, they usually water them twice a day anyway, but when it's cold like this, all their shit freezes over, so you gotta, the chickens' water is heated, so I don't have to worry about that as much. But them fucking cats, they're just gonna have to be on their own for a little bit. Shake off the after work jitters. Well, I mean, Ambien should help with that a little bit. 22 there. Yeah, I don't know what I haven't looked, but it feels like mid to upper 20s. Was Jeff drunk on his? I didn't know that Jeff had a stream. I turned off. I either unfollowed, unsubbed, or just turned off notifications for him a long time ago. So if he was live, I don't know about it. I've not heard anything. I don't mind the cold weather really. I mean, if you know how to dress for it, it's all right. I got shit tons of cold weather gear, so I can get through about anything. Damn, you're down to 5 already. This has been a pretty mild winter, though. Can't really complain about it. We haven't had any. I don't think it's gotten below zero at all yet this year. Usually it'll get down to like minus 30 or something for a week or two. But we still haven't hit January yet, so it still could happen. Yeah, when it gets real cold or real hot, you're supposed to check on your animals and your old people. I have both. Tommy pushed his kids of a Christmas fairground ride, snorting reindeer pellets. Then Chill and Eric plays Pokemon, go in the ticket booth yelling, "I'm not chill." That sounds about right. See here, like I don't keep up. I don't know who all the like Chill and Eric. No idea who that is. I know he was threatening to pass around somebody's nudes, but I never even heard of them before. But I haven't watched the Tommy channel since his original one. All I see is what gets reposted. Saw Tom B getting roasted. I only ever heard him speak one time, and he sounded like a fucking moron. Yeah, we got receipts. Yeah, fuck you, man. He sounds like a dumbass. And I was proven right. Afro engineering. Oh, yeah. Yeah, my dad puts a, every year he builds a winter home for them stupid cats, and he puts a heat lamp in there for them. But they got a bar in there and a stripper pole and hot tub. They got all kinds of shit in that little cat house. Alex was trolling Tommy. Oh, damn it. I didn't watch any of this side of YouTube today, so. But Tommy's own kids ratted him out for using heroin. Right? Yeah, he uses heroin, but I don't know if he's had any. Mm. The thing about heroin addicts is they gotta use it every day or something. But we already knew that was in his past. G.I. Joe was on my channel. I don't remember what the title of it is, but and it's been replayed a million times. But G.I. Joe was on here and telling us things. That panel is up somewhere. And then the other things, and then there was the shit. What do you call it? The medicine they give you to get off of heroin. There was the accidental showing of that he also tried to deny. And let's not forget the paper cocaine. I actually started sniffing paper just because of that to see if it worked. It didn't. Methadone. Thank you, Gila. It was right there on the tip of my tongue. I was thinking Narcan. No, it's. Did you guys know that you can order Narcan off of Amazon now? Yeah, methadone. That's what I was trying to think of. Never had it. Never. When I was making a serious attempt to get off of oxys, the doctor offered me methadone. I'm like, nah, I don't. I've heard that that's hard. You're still on something. I mean, it's better than having people on heroin, but um, yeah, I didn't, and like I know a lot of people that have died from overdoses, and most of the ones that I know personally, they OD'd on methadone, and people say you can't get high off of methadone, but that's bullshit. I know people that do. But I think what it is it's so slow to kick in is people take a couple of them. They don't feel anything in a half hour, so they take a couple more, and then they lay down on the couch and never wake up. That's the people that I know personally that's happened to. That's exactly what happened. So yeah, no thanks. Tom, Tom, I don't. I like it. Protect our heroin addicts. You're damn right. It's not really better. It's way stronger than heroin. It takes way longer to get off of. Yeah, that's what everybody I know that's been on it. That's exactly what they say, and they say it's actually a rougher. Like if you quit cold turkey, it's even more brutal than heroin. So now, sometimes in a pinch, when I was either trying to get off of it or couldn't find oxys, I got Suboxone a few times, and I tell you that shit was a lifesaver. I was I was very surprised and impressed at how well it worked. You just got to be careful. You can't take it if you take it too soon after you took your other shit. It'll make you violently ill. But um, that's something else that you would want to taper off of as quickly as you could. I mean, it's a lot better than having people on heroin, though. I know a lot of people who got on it and they're still on it, but they keep jobs now and they're good parents. So whatever works. What is about Todd heroin paperwork? Second time heard about it, but haven't seen shit. Um, FCC has something up on his channel about it, but Blue got a little some recent paperwork. It's when the cops went to Tommy's house because he was abusing his kids. Um, they told the cops, yeah, he does heroin, but we're not sure if he's taking it tonight. Here's somebody that can explain it better than I can.
Hey, what's going on, Bill?
What's up, man?
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I got to flirt with Danielle for a second. Hello, Danielle.
Yeah, you
All
gotta
right,
get
go
it
ahead.
in, man. Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
What's going on, man? Happy Festivus or Kwanzaa, whatever you celebrate.
Festivus, yeah. Serenity
Yeah.
now.
we just
I
we just walk
like it.
with it. That's part of our Christmas viewing now. We just watched that episode of Seinfeld just about an hour ago.
It's a classic.
Yeah, dude. It's classic Seinfeld. Um, yeah, man. It's been an interesting couple of days. It was like things are kind of dead, and all of a sudden things are kicking up again. Um, I don't know if you caught my live on Thursday night into early Saturday morning, um, but I mean, I did something I don't
Yeah,
normally
some
do. It
of it.
was like 5 hours, you know. I was like, what the fuck? That's long for me, right? Longer than I've ever gone. That's what she said. But the yeah, exactly. The most interesting part was when Mitch came up, and I was up there with Colfax and Tele, and Mitch was running his Christmas special. He had started it earlier, and I didn't even know. I don't watch his stuff. But so during his Christmas special, he comes over to my panel, and he's restreaming himself on my panel, right? And we dog walked the fuck out of him for like an hour and a half.
I
Uh,
actually saw that part.
yeah, I mean, he just got fucking just humiliated, and I'm like, bro, your people are watching this. People are seeing this. This is
Yeah.
not a good look for you. Um, and then it all ended kind of, and it was over. Went Most of us went to bed. He stayed up all night, all morning, into the next day. I woke up like 7 hours later, um, and he's still live. He's going at it with this guy Jesse Davis. Um, It's like some people from his side of the fence, or like the guy who runs Sewer Town, right?
Yeah.
And
I think Jesse Davis actually created Mitch, from what I've heard.
he
Hey,
might have.
Dominique.
And so he's going at it with him, and all of a sudden I come to learn that Mitch was involved years ago in the distribution of photos of Jesse Davis's minor daughter on social media, right?
Mm.
Inappropriate photos of a child. And Jesse Davis called him out for it, and Mitch just had no answers whatsoever. Um, this guy, Mitch Richmond, he not only does he run with chomos and pedos, but I think now it's pretty clear. I mean, I would say he's a creep. He's infatuated with children. He's infatuated with chomos. He's infatuated with Edward Stairs. He probably thinks about Edward more than anybody else does. Other than maybe Edward's mom.
Well,
I don't know.
once again, we all know how much I love to say, I fucking told you so. I've been warning
Mm-hmm.
people about this for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it was crazy,
That's the
and I'm
thing.
like,
These fuckers all lump up together on Nanya's channel. Have you noticed that? They're like Clown and
oh, my
well, now
headset's all messed
Mitch
up.
and people
Yeah.
that abuse kids and or other things. They'll call out the ones they want to, but they welcome in an awful lot of them. When Brando came out, Nanya was like, "You probably shouldn't have said that." I
Do
mean,
I sound
why
better
didn't she
now?
call his ass out? I
Do I
try it
sound
again.
better? Do I sound better?
Yeah, yeah, you sound better. There's still some kind of back, but it's all right though. It's
Okay.
passable.
Something's going on. Let's see if people can hear me better now. Um,
There you go. That's better.
okay. It's same shit. Hold on. Wait for a second, because I want to make sure people hear this.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah, it's not my mic. It's just my Bluetooth kind of freaks out. Let's see. It probably sound okay to you, but to them, um, let's see. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Okay, better. All right. So, Matt says no. Shit. All right. Let me take out my headphones then.
It kind of sounds like there's like a Star Wars creature trying to eat you, but we can still hear what you're saying.
Hold up.
It's all right. We'll be here.
All right. That's got to be better.
Yeah, that is better actually. For me
Okay.
anyway.
All right. Yeah. Okay. That's better. Um. So yeah. Again, I don't want to repeat everything, but uh, yeah. Friday night, and I'm gonna clip the parts of my stream that didn't get taken down. But yeah, Mitch came up on my panel on Friday night into Saturday morning, and Tele and JT and we dog walked the fuck out of him, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and so that happened. People will see that, but then I went to bed. I think JT went to bed. He passed out. I'm sure Tele was waking up. But then I wake up like 7 hours later, and Mitch is still live with some people, and I'm like, oh my god, this guy's still going. And Mitch was drunk on my stream. He was fucking
Yeah.
hammered again. Um, and then he was live with this guy Jesse Davis, and Jesse Davis's daughter was there too. She's no longer a child, but apparently at some point, like these guys were like floating around pictures of Jesse Davis's daughter when she was a minor in compromising positions, right? Mitch and a bunch of his fucking buddies. Um, and it's just fucking creepy, dude. He was talking that, I mean, I'd be damned if Mitch kept that stream up. I'm pretty sure he took it down, but there was a section of time there where it was very, very fucking creepy, And so you said
yeah, it makes sense. You told us all along. I always got weird vibes from Mitch, and I've been trying to tell people. I'm like, it's not just a personal thing. The guy's a creep. Um, and now we have more proof that he's into minor children, which is crazy, dude.
Well, there's a video, and see, here's people send me video like 5, 6, 7, 20 hour long things. They're like, hey, there's a spot in here that where they show proof that Rich Mitch has a Discord with a bunch of 14-year-old boys and shit in it, but they don't give me a fucking timestamp. Um, but
Yeah.
I've also been sent other things where they talk about it, and yeah, it's out there.
Oh, it's crazy, dude.
I mean, that one kid followed him to my. I'm sure that Mitch put him up to it, but why is Mitch associating with 14-year-old boys?
Yeah, yeah, it takes me back to that situation where that young person came up on your panel, and people didn't want to believe it. They're like, "Oh no, it's just all, it's bullshit." I'm like, "No, dude. I want to talk to this guy Jesse Davis. I don't know how. I think he's a friend of Angela's. So I'll figure out how to talk to him." But um, he had a lot of interesting things to say about Mitch, and his daughter was there, and she was like, "Bro," she was calling Mitch out. She's like, "You're a creep. Why were you, why were you sharing my nudes when I was a minor on social media, and why are you infatuated? Why are you infatuated with my photos when I was a 16-year-old?" Right? Mitch was talking about her breasts over and over again. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard, dude.
Oh, I'm not. I'm not surprised, but still disgusted. Definitely need to get her up on panel. You said she's an adult now, right? So
Yeah, she is. She's like 25. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that happened. That was pretty wild. And I think also confirmation too that Mitch is clearly not a family man, because I don't know what kind of family man is able to pull a 24-hour panel if you have like responsibilities of a wife and children.
no woman's gonna put up with that shit.
Hell no, dude. Hell no. Um, yeah, and then this Tommy stuff is crazy too, man. You know, the latest police report, right, around his child abuse, right? And he got off. I think he didn't end up doing jail time for it or whatever. I don't know what the outcome was, but I don't know, man. Like when you read that report, there's a couple of interesting things. Like he clearly was drunk. One of his kids, mentioned that he's a heroin user, but he didn't think he was high on heroin. What a crazy thing for your kid to be like having to say that about, their father to the police, right? Like
Right. And
heroin is,
Tommy told his kids he didn't care about them and was gonna take them out of school and all this other shit. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. He's like, I don't care about you. I'm going to take you out of school. He locked both of them out in the middle of the night in a bad neighborhood. And it sounded like he was just rip roaring drunk. So the way that Tommy phrases this is like, I need to be able to parent my kids, right? But you still have to follow the law. And so when Tommy gets frustrated because the laws in Colorado are so weak around pedophiles, it's the same laws that are weak against child abusers. So the same weak system that got Tommy off of those charges, it's the same weak system that you know does not allow chomos and pedophiles to get prosecuted. So he benefited from that same system that he constantly criticizes, right? You could say, Tommy was like, I need to be able to parent my kids the way I want to. Well, we have something called the law. You want to go outside of the law, that's up to you. But it's really the same thing of like somebody who's like a minor attracted person, right? You're a map. I'm sorry that the law says I shouldn't be attracted to 15-year-olds, but I am, right? And
Right.
so it's not my issue. It's an issue with the law. He's using the same argument that pedophiles use to get away with child abuse, which is fucking wild.
Well, I hadn't thought about it that way, but the law aside, his kids clearly don't respect him, and he doesn't respect them. I have a hard time understanding this stuff because I never had. I mean, every teenager is at some point going to mouth off to you. There's going to be something, but I never had these kinds of problems with my kids. Like,
Yeah.
and
No.
I would never do shit to my kids that Tommy does. You know, I don't know.
No. I mean, and one of them was like already home. He like removed one.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
one of them wasn't home. The other one was in bed, but he, I guess, had come home late, and then he wouldn't go to bed. Like, you can't force kids to go to bed when they're like in their teens. You could force, a younger child. You'd be like, you got to go to bed, Bill. But when you're like in your
yeah,
teens, it's like you can't. It's just like the weirdest thing. And he's like, his kid didn't go to bed on time. He's still on his phone and on his iPad, and so he picks him up and throws him out of the house, right, in the middle of the night. I don't
yeah.
know what kind of parenting. I don't know who defines that as good. People are like praising him for being a good dad, right? I don't know. I mean, that sounds like child abuse to me, and then
Well, you can't. You can force somebody to physically get into a bed, but you cannot force somebody to go to sleep.
yeah, just turn the lights out and see you in the morning, right? But then for one of his kids to know, and this is something, a kid's not going to make this shit up. A kid's not going to make up that their dad uses heroin. That's a very specific thing. I don't think it's something that a kid would make up to hurt their parent. I think his kids have seen him use heroin. They know he's a heroin user, and so they were very clear with the cops about it. You have to be honest when they do these stings on chomos, right? The pred catches. What do they tell the chomo? Be honest with the police, right? That's the best thing
Hmm.
you can do. And his kids were being honest with the police, right? They're like, he's drunk out
Right.
of his mind. There's a gun in there. He's a heroin user. We don't know if he's high on heroin right now, but he's definitely like wasted drunk. Yeah. Crazy, dude. I guess that's good parenting in 2024,
I mean, I'm an addict, but I don't hide it. Um, I hid it when I was starting to go through it. My kids were pretty young. It didn't spin completely out of control until later on, but they definitely at the time, they know now. I'm pretty open with them about it, but at the time, like, I didn't have pills laying around the house. I didn't have junky friends over. I mean, it was probably obvious by my nodding off on the couch that something was up, but they just didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
I did everything I could to hide. I hid it from a lot of people for a very long time. Like, people
Yep.
were shocked because I'd always been anti-drug, and when I was trying to quit, then people were saying, "Are you on something?" I'm like, "No, I've been on something for 10 years. You guys just didn't notice. But now that I'm not on it, something's up. It just because it was a gradual thing, and then when you quit cold turkey, you're just a fucking mess, and people notice that."
Yeah. 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 I mean, yeah, it's crazy. And for him to say he's never used drugs or abused drugs is just a fucking lie, dude. It's just another lie on top of a lie. And I think, I'm gonna push on this point too. It's like, you think about it, Bill. Like, you live in Indiana, right? Everybody knows that. Your state
Hmm.
has laws. What's your speed limit? 65, 75, 80?
50 on the country roads, 55 on the state roads, and 65 to 70 on the interstate.
Right. And so you have speed limits. Everybody knows what they are. and in general, people abide by the speed limit because it's like it's a agreed upon thing. If you want to speed, you're going to get a ticket, right? But to say like, oh, I needed to go 80 miles an hour because I just think that the 60-mile-an-hour speed limit is too slow and I don't want to follow that, that's fine. You don't have to follow it, but you're violating a common agreement, right? Just like
Right, and
the
if
laws
you
around
choose
child
to
abuse,
break the
dude.
law, you should be willing to accept whatever.
Yeah, it's the same thing with the laws around child
Say that
abuse.
again.
If you put your kids in danger, that's child abuse, and I don't care how people want to like twist it, but kicking your kids out of your home in the middle of the night when you're wasted drunk in a dangerous neighborhood where they have nowhere to go is child abuse in the United States of America, right? And to say that that's like
Yeah.
tough love parenting, well, maybe you should move to fucking Afghanistan if you want to practice some kind of like Sharia law. And if your kids don't listen to you again, maybe you can chop some of their fucking fingers off, you know? That's what they do over there, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They can whack your head off if you dishonor them. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it starts from. I mean, we've all seen Tommy completely blasted out of his mind on panels all night, every night, while his kids were out doing God knows what.
Yeah.
Maybe if he would have spent a little more of that time, just being a dad, they might have a little bit more respect for him, and it would head off problems later on.
Yeah. I think they just want to get out of the fucking trailer park. I mean, I think that's their goal. They said it too. They're like, yeah, it's just, being at home, it's a lot of pressure. They just want to they needed to get away, And I'm like, oh fuck, that sucks, dude. If your kids, you know, don't feel safe at home, like it's a place where they are able to be and be themselves and, you know, feel safe, like that's not a kid problem. That's a parent problem.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I mean, they tried. I wonder how much of their getting in trouble is like maybe they don't even realize it, but like when one of them took a car and crashed it,
mm-hmm.
I wonder how much of that stuff is like a cry for attention. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even though that might not be their point, um, I don't know. It's
Yeah, they're maybe not like consciously um, making it cry for help, but like subconsciously continuing to get in trouble with the law by, selling illegal vapes or, getting involved in hit and runs, drinking underage. These are all red. These are all like red flags, right?
yeah,
Yeah. So, yeah, man. I mean, that's the latest on this fucking dirtbag who's out, living some kind of like vacation life after he grifted money off of his followers so he can go out and travel. He's traveling now. I think he's probably in Vegas right now on the strip, probably fucking hammered.
oh yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, he's on probation, and as far as I don't know how Colorado does things, but as far as I know, when you're on probation for anything, you're not allowed to drink or do drugs. So it's only
mm,
a matter of time before he fucks up and gets in trouble for something else, and then his probation will
yeah.
get him.
He was drunk He was drunk on his last catch or the catch before. Even people in his chat were like, even his own followers were like, "Yo, this guy's drunk," you know. But I don't know. I mean, people still follow him. That's fine. But I just think he's man, I just can't imagine living that kind of a fucking lifestyle, dude, where you're just on the edge of everything fucking collapsing, dude. You know? One mistake and it's all over. One mistake.
Yeah, that's all it takes.
Yeah.
Oh. What's up, Jerry? COD. Does the COD stand for Call of Duty? I know that the M24 is a military sniper rifle. Is that what all that's about?
Yeah, I think it's a Call of Duty thing.
Damn near 50 and on probation. Yeah, he's yeah. It's got to be rough for an adult to have other adults telling him what to do. That's worse than being married.
Yeah, it is. Yep. Man, these people, dude. These fucking people. But yeah, I mean, that's, it's more of the same, basically. More of the same old shit. It's only a matter of time before he burns out or ends up in prison. For who knows what. So, he's his own worst enemy, man. We've always said that. He's his worst enemy.
He'll end up killing somebody drunk driving or some shit, chasing a fucking pred.
Yep.
That'll be the end of him.
Was Jerry? Jerry says, I drove to Memphis for no reason to fight someone saying they will fuck my mom. And I drove to 6 hours and 30 minutes to fight him, but he didn't want to give the hotel room. Holy shit, Jerry.
Hell yeah, man. You didn't really expect the guy to fight you, though, did you? But, I mean, if you're going to drive, I mean, I kind of done the same thing, drive 6 hours to beat somebody's ass, and then
That's
it doesn't
crazy.
happen.
Yeah.
If you don't calm down in that 6 hours, that means you're really motivated. His name isn't Tommy by any chance, is it? I'm just asking.
Oh, he knew the hotel. He just didn't know what room he was in. All right. Damn. Pulled up on the fucking hotel. All right. I'm not messing with Jerry, dude.
Well, I mean, if he's got an M24, I might piss him off just so he will come at me, because I'd like to see that gun. Damn, Jerry, what kind of channels are you hanging out on? We've had people have threatened to pull up on me plenty of times, and I know damn well none of them's going to do it. But
yeah, exactly.
Dominique wants to fight you. Hey, if you guys turn that into a Jello wrestling match, you can sell tickets.
Yeah, let's go.
His name is Golden. Dude, anybody that calls themselves Golden Lord, he's probably 5'2", 320 pounds, and his fingers are permanently stained with Cheetos. Golden Lord. What a fuckhead. Shit, I want to fight the guy now.
Yeah, and Nunez continuing to fucking spiral out of control, right?
Oh, yeah.
Continuing to spiral. Like, this, her numbers are down, like, so bad from where they were. And, when I was live on Friday, so Mitch is then restreaming my stream on his channel during his Christmas special, right? Because he has no content, so he has to rely on me. And Nunya's in his chat, and I was like live on my StreamYard, running my show, but on my phone I was like watching his chat, and I was just responding to shit they were saying in his chat, and she was fucking losing her mind.
Yeah,
it was fucking hilarious, dude.
It is. She screams, "I'm not smirking! I'm not." While she's screaming, though, I think it's hilarious. And then you could put, and I do this all the time on purpose, you can put one comment in somebody's chat, and because she's watching that chat on her channel, and she just, I think it's hilarious.
Yeah.
I get a cheap thrill. I probably get more of a thrill out of it than I should.
Yeah. Yeah, we had fun Friday night. We definitely had fun, but it was late. It was late. Even Chuckles came by. You know.
Oh yeah, I can do without her. Like her voice just gets into my
People
head,
don't
and I
like her.
can't.
I
I
mean,
gotta
I don't mind
click
her.
off.
I don't. I used to like not care for her, but I think now, like the way things are in the community, um, like she's a familiar face and kind of predictable, you know. And I'm like, with some of these newer people, I'm like, yeah, I'll take Chuckles over a lot of these people, you know. It's fucking all this weird shit that's going on now.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would pick her over quite a few also, but still, I just.
Yeah,
Oh shit! You got it. You have a personal message.
I do.
Unstoppable. Talking about Tommy and Nanya again. No surprise. FCC lives only for that. CPP going strong scamming for 3 years. Not gonna stop scamming.
This is what I live for. That's right, man. This is my life. Welcome to it. Yeah.
All right. So who do we think this is?
Unstoppable? I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's look at the language. Um,
Hey, Bill Evans, what's going on?
I don't know, man. Yeah. What up, Bill Evans?
Well, they mentioned Tommy and Nanya, so that kind of opens it up a little bit.
Yeah. Either. Yeah, I think Constantine is right. Either Eric or KR. Could be Dan. You know,
Dan, who the hell is Dan?
Dan the Islander. Remember that guy?
Oh, yeah. Nah, I don't think it. No, the spelling's too good. I don't think it's Dan.
It's too
I
accurate.
don't think so. Yeah.
Oh fuck. Alex is
Hey,
24 and looking too. It's bad. I agree with you there, Unstoppable. Yeah, Alex definitely. Um, it's crazy that he's only 24.
yeah. No, he's got us there. What are we gonna do? Tell you what, Unstoppable. The link is pinned. You're welcome to come up and verbalize your argument, or you can
Tommy
be
is
a pussy and
43
hide
and
in the
acts
chat.
13.
Yeah.
Tommy is 43 and he looks like he's 80. Tommy looks like Tommy is slowly starting to morph into Sammy Joe from PHI. They're like morphing into one another. Fucking skeleton
That's
face.
concerning.
Yeah.
Hey, Jerry, don't be putting addresses in here. I know you're upset, but uh, don't be putting names or addresses in here.
Yeah, it's not a good look.
Can you come up? Yeah, you can come up.
Do it, Jerry. Do it, Jerry.
Do it. Do it.
How do I do that?
You should see a link pinned.
He's gonna dox
You just
himself,
click the
dude.
link. Yeah, we'll look at it before I put him on the stage. Just make sure
Yeah.
you don't put. Make sure your real name's not on your Google account. Let me see here. Oh, come on. Every damn time I want to put the link in the chat, I got to make a new one. Copy, exit out, and it's a lot of work. Oh, fucking, I hit the wrong one. Post comment. Click on post to comment. Click on the StreamYard link. Click chat. That's an awful lot of work for. There you go. There's a link for you. All right, ladies. Oh shit. We know who Anthony is. Ladies, close your eyes. This could very well be a porn bomb. And if that happens, I'll shut it down and come right back.
What's up, Bill and Tech?
What's going on, Anthony?
What's
Oh,
up,
that ain't
Pac-Man?
Jerry. Fuck, man. I took more
What's
pills
up,
than I
Tech?
thought.
It's PacCon, everybody.
Oh, I just came up to let you know, FCC. You sounded like Tech earlier.
I know. Do I sound better now?
Yeah, you sound normal.
Okay, yeah, it's something with my Bluetooth, my headphones. It pitches up my voice, and I probably do sound like Tech, which is pretty sad.
So Tech's voice changer is acting
Maybe I
up.
am Tech.
Good.
Maybe I'm
This
Big
whole
Moose.
time, man. God, I'd feel stupid.
Maybe I'm Great Grandma.
What's up, guys? How y'all
No, you
doing?
don't. You don't have to go on camera, Jerry. That's not a requirement.
So, what is your opinion, Anthony Cruz, on the latest Cat Eyes drama?
Oh, I stand with Katos, actually.
Do you?
Yeah, I'm gonna white
Okay,
knight for her.
all right. Are you going to become a Nunionite too?
I guess in the process, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, what's
Okay.
this I was hearing earlier that Mitch is a pedo?
Yeah, dude. He was like, he was obsessing over the chest of a 16-year-old minor girl um, on his panel, and involved in sharing photos of said girl on social media with his crew, the people that he runs with. Yeah,
Wow.
16, bro.
Hmm,
Yeah,
that's
that's
gotcha.
creepy as fuck. I mean, Sewer Town. I've heard bad things about them too. Don't know if it's true or not, but there are people here. Look, it's not uncommon when shit goes down. I've been around for a long time. For people to just start throwing me information about whatever. But uh, that time Mitch had a minor come up on my panel to try to make me look bad, only it backfired. I had people in the comments. They were trying to say it was the same person. It's not the same person.
Yeah.
Um, and I was just getting overwhelmed with information about these people have been tracking Mitch for a long fucking time. Like there's been shit going around about him for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
All right, ladies, now close your eyes. This could very well be a porn bomb. I'm gonna add Jerry.
Oh God, here we go.
Oh shit, he got bumped. Try it again, Jerry. I don't know what happened, but you got kicked off,
All right.
and so did Anthony.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on, but you guys can come back up. Danielle is dying for a porn bomb. Oh, which by the way, Merry Christmas, Bill Evans. I didn't want to interrupt the fellows, but I did see you say Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, sir. What's going on, Billy Heim? Who else? Who did I miss?
Oh, Jeff went live tonight?
That's what they're saying. I don't know. Like I said, I either unsubbed or turned off notifications for Jeff a long time ago. So
Yeah, I didn't see that. Yeah. Hmm.
yeah, Tommy hacked the StreamYard and took out Anthony. Hey, what's going on, Andrea D? These ladies are just dying for a porn bomb. I'm telling you. Okay, now close your eyes. I'm gonna try it again. Jerry, I don't know. Maybe you're. It says you're authenticated, but sometimes, like if your security settings are too high, it won't let you on. I don't know, but when I try to add you, it's not letting me. So I
Hmm.
don't know what's up. Maybe try it again.
Yeah, come back with your
I know we've
proton.
had. I have this. I've had this problem with Jersey. Like Jersey Sting's settings on whatever he has is so fucking high, it won't let him on sometimes. So he has to like turn things off or whatever.
Yeah.
All right, ladies, don't leave. Okay, if we don't get porn bombed, I will porn bomb it myself. How do you turn on your mic? There'll be a button, Jerry. When you come up, your mic should automatically be turned on, and if not, you just there'll be a picture of a
Settings,
microphone.
audio.
Also, if you have an iPhone, you might have to go through a different app. iPhone people have a hard time getting on here too.
Do you know this guy, Jerry?
No, he's been around. See, he was here when I was live the last time, but his account was brand new. So I don't know if he's a troll. I don't know. It's very likely we already know him, but I don't know. We're gonna give it a shot and find out.
All right.
What's going on, General? Says he got to join from his other channel. All right, that's cool.
There you go. There you go. Sam came up for a while on Friday night. Had a little chat with Sam Clinton.
Oh yeah.
With Sam, Colfax, Tele, Mitch. Somebody else came up too. I forget. But you have to know, like, once you go live, you know, like this stream right here, like Nanya's recording it. She's gonna play it probably tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
You know, so every now and again you got to say like, Nanya, you're a fat whore. You know, just to
None of
remind
you're
them.
a fat whore. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I got. Um. Oh man, I think I'm hurting too bad to go out and actually shoot, but um,
You want to shoot a pig?
YouTube does. Yeah, YouTube does not like for you to show high capacity magazines, especially live. So it's very likely we'll get shut down over this, but that means they'll get shut down too if they show it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, this is totally not a 33 round Glock magazine.
Who's that? Poopy in the chat. Jeff is my grandma's sister. What? Jeff is my grandma's sister. What the fuck?
Well,
Poopy
I mean, you know that Jeff's family tree doesn't fork, right? So
yeah. That's right, Dominique. Bill, I called in a courtesy car pickup call to Mitch's chat on Friday night. I said, hey, can somebody from Mitch's chat please send a car for Mitch because he's over here and he can't drive and he's drunk and he's lost. You got to send a driver over for his ass, dude.
nice.
Oh fuck. Oh my god. I felt bad, but you know, he came up. He wanted to smoke and he got to smoke, you know. Kelly gave it to him hard. I think Mitch liked it, you know.
Well, here's the deal. When I find myself saying I agree with Tilly, well, it just like it jams up my gears. I'm like, fuck. I hate it when I agree with certain people, and Tilly's one of them.
Yeah, same here. Even Mitch's own chat was dogging him. Oh god, dude. Oh my god. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
It's Jerry. Maybe somebody said restart your device. Maybe just try and restart your phone or whatever you're on.
Yeah, dude, I'm pretty social. We're not socially. Well, I am socially awkward, but I am technologically awkward. I don't know a whole lot about how this shit works.
Yeah.
Billy Heim always with the home run points. How down bad can one person be?
Yeah. He said, "Throw your damn device out of the window."
And there he is again. Damn, we got Shauna, Andrea D, Danielle, and
Yeah, you got all the ladies
uh,
here, man. Fuck.
yeah.
Anthony Cruz says, "My coworker came in the bathroom quietly and heard us." These people paneling from work, dude. Fuck.
Hey Jerry, I'm assuming that's your other account. It's doing the same thing. It's not letting me add you, but that appears to be your real name. You might want to change that if it is.
Come on, Jerry. All right, Jerry's done, dude. Stay in chat, Jerry.
Yeah,
You're fine.
it gets aggravating. If you ever
Yeah.
figure it out, you're welcome to come up anytime. I mean, any dude that'll drive 6 hours to beat somebody's ass, I kind of have a little bit of respect for already.
Yeah. Meth Claus says it's like the MILF mansion in here.
Yeah. Yeah, Dominique's in here too. We got, man.
Yeah, you got all the ladies, man.
Well, yeah, I like it. Never get your ball gags mixed up with the butt plugs. Well, sometimes a little change is nice.
Cons fake lover. Oh my god. That's a new account.
I'm sure. Everybody needs a fake lover, though. I mean, when you're jerking it, you got to have some imagination.
Yeah.
So it still won't let you unblock the mic. Clicked on block mic because it wanted you to turn on the camera.
You
Yeah,
have to turn
I
it
don't
on.
know, but
You have to turn it on before you join, but then you just turn it you mute it and then you shut the camera down and then you can join. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, you have to put your
Yeah,
camera
because
on, but just don't point it at your face just to be safe. Um, before you can join, and then you can turn it off before you join. I don't know why it makes you do that. It should let you start it up with just keeping everything off, but whatever.
right. Yeah, I don't know. They make things way more difficult than they need to be.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't think that Jerry's a porn bomber because porn bombers generally got their shit together, and we would have been bombed by now. But I don't know. We'll give it a shot.
Yeah. I mean, if you get porn bombed, you can't say you didn't ask for it. So
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just got to take certain risks. I still want to know why Dub porn bombed me with gay porn.
yeah, I mean that might
Yeah,
be his thing, you know. Yeah.
well, I mean, he's got bigger
He might
problems
have
if
clicked
he's
on
the
the wrong video. He
dragonfly.
might have clicked on the wrong video, you know. He's like,
Yeah,
oh, that was my
yeah.
personal collection. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know where BG's been. BG's been taking a break.
I spotted,
Oh,
maybe I shouldn't say it, but I spotted BG and most of the rest of the boys in a um, on a decoys channel. I'll just say that much. That was just a few days ago.
okay. I thought you were going to say you spotted them at a bathhouse.
Well, they were in a bathhouse, but they were all also watching. They were all also in the decoys chat. Both can
Yeah.
be true. They're not mutually exclusive.
Anthony Cruz Joe is doxing all the alts now. Look at that.
Wow, Anthony.
Yeah.
Dominique says they are all jerking off each other in a private stream somewhere. Sad. Yeah, but they've been doing that all along, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Pat Kahn always wins. Says, imagine having to force a break from watching YouTube channels. They need YouTube enough. Hey, panel addiction is a thing.
It
From
is?
watching them to being on them. I mean, FCC here, perfect example. Like back
Yeah.
in the day, he would only mouth off from the chat, and then finally one day we got him to come up on panel. Boom! Now he's got his own channel. Panel addiction is a thing, and we've all got it.
Yo, what up, LB?
What's up, LB?
So this Jerry Cod M24 person is giving me Big Moose vibes. Right? Seems like a very needy person, but who knows? I don't know.
I don't know. They're trying to come up, but I don't know. I have been getting a lot of uh, new people that just kind of
Yeah.
find a channel, you know, by accident. That's been going on quite a bit. So I don't know. It could be a legit new person.
Yeah.
Could be a troll. It could be somebody we've known for a while. I don't know. But if they'll come up and hang out or whatever, you know, it's cool.
Yeah, I just gotta click the link, huh?
Yeah, we definitely need a 12-step program.
Yeah, the YouTube reels or the shorts are very interesting. I posted one yesterday, and it's already got like 700 views. You know, it like
Hmm.
just shoots up like super fast. I'm like, who the fuck is watching this stuff? You know?
Yeah, yep, it does that sometimes.
Yeah. No hashtag, no
Or
nothing. Just posted it. You know?
if you go live without StreamYard, like if you go live with, they want you, they're trying, YouTube wants to be TikTok, so they're pushing the shorts, and they want you to go live with the vertical view. When you go live with the
Mm,
vertical view, sometimes they throw you into the random theater or whatever, and it's
okay.
weird because it won't show that I have that many watching live, but when you shut it down, it'll say like the my second to last one. I can't. It had like 4,000, and I'd only been live for like an hour and a half.
Yeah,
So, and I've
one of
had
your
them that
recent
have
lives
shown a
had
lot more too,
major
but
views. Yeah.
it's weird.
Yeah. It was your stream about the shooter guy, right?
Yeah, I think so. Well, it might have
Yeah, it
been the
was
one
about the
before
United
that.
the guy who shot the United Healthcare executive. I mean, that was the title. It was like
Yeah,
pretty vague, but I don't know if it was that which got it, but no, yeah, you had like 4,000 or 5,000 views. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, that happens sometimes when you use the vertical view. I mean, and I've had some that, like a couple of my, like I usually take down the ambient streams. Like a couple of them had over 10,000, and I'd only been live for like 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And it kind of sucks that I had to take them down, but you know, it is what it is. It's just the luck of the draw. You know, I don't think it has anything to do with how good or bad your content is. It's just YouTube. And I think, you know, like they try to entice people into monetizing. And, well, you've probably seen it on your own channel. It's like the first time cross like 5,000 or, I mean, 500 views, they're like, hey, that's awesome. Can you do this again? And then like every marker, like the first time you get 100 likes or whatever, they're like, hey, this is great. Can you keep doing this? And the stuff I think is engineered by psychiatrists to kind of get you to do what they want. And it is kind of tough to resist sometimes. But I think it's all a big mind game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't pay that much attention to it, but I do get the like, if you want to unlock this feature or do this, you have to do this, and I'm like, I don't want to do any of that.
Right.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, when you monetize, you do get tools that would be nice to have, but it's just,
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't want to.
Zima was dangerous. Put a Jolly Rancher in, and they were so good. Oh my god, the memories. Yeah, wow.
Zima, oh my God, those things sucked.
That's what Mitch Richmond drinks.
They still make that shit?
Yeah, if somehow he's got a couple of cases of them in his dungy basement. And he has like, if he has 2 of those, dude, he's gone. Like I said, you know,
Yikes.
he literally passed out on my panel twice last Friday. Like we had to wake him up. I had to call somebody. I had to send a DM to somebody that I knew had him on IG, and I'm like, call this dude because he's on my panel. He's snoring. And they did, and then he woke up, and then it happened again, and we had to do it again. So, yeah, crazy.
Yeah, I am always suspicious of people that drink cheerleader beer.
Yeah,
I mean, White Claws are drinking doesn't make you a man, but if you're gonna drink, at least drink like a man, you know?
yeah, that's what I'd say. Nunya said Mitch was 100% sober. Oh my god.
Well, that's how you know he was drunk.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, white knighting for Nunya is only going to get you so far until she's ready to throw you under the fat bus. You know, we all know it's just a game for him and for her. So eventually they'll, you know, find their way.
Well, Nunya's channel is where people go to proverbially die. Yeah. Like when all your other bridges are burnt, or like if you're highly sus, you wind up on Nunya's channel.
Yeah. Yeah. And you can tell, I mean, you can tell by views, right? How many viewers you get. But it's not really about the viewers. It's like, you know, do you have a good mix of people that are commenting, both wrenched up and not wrenched up, right? That's like I see in your channel, there's people that are wrenched and not wrenched. And you have a lot of different people commenting versus when she's running her streams, she basically has like 3 or 4 people just just spamming the whole time. So it looks like there's a lot of people commenting, but it's only like 3 or 4 people that are commenting. So it has the appearance of an active chat, but it's really just a couple of people that,
Right.
are doing whatever they're doing. I don't know why you want to spend hours of your day, commenting in her chat. I don't know what it gets them. I don't think she's paying them,
Scratches.
but yeah, I don't know. Weird.
Well, I just lost my train of thought. Yeah, we were noticing that on when Big Moose was restreaming a lot of her stuff. Is like she had more viewers, like twice as many as Big Moose did, but Big Moose's chat was way more active.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know if they're bot views or what, but
Yeah.
it's a thing.
Yeah. I mean, engagement is not about how many views you get. Engagement are people that are commenting, liking, doing all of that. So you could have, I think Jeff is a good example. Jeff has a couple thousand subs, right?
Hmm.
You have a couple thousand subs. He going live tonight, apparently, and you can imagine there's probably 20 people commenting, right? That's a very low engagement rate versus somebody that might have a channel with like 500 subs and they go live and maybe they have like 30 people commenting in a live. If you do the math, the numerator of the denominator, it shakes out. So you want to have, a closer number in your numerator to your denominator. The further apart they are means that you basically have empty subs. You have an empty channel, so it's not real, not real engagement. Those are not real numbers.
Yeah, and another thing is like people. You know how it is. You have people that dislike everything you put out and report everything you put out. I don't think that getting reported helps your engagement any, but a dislike, as far as the algorithm goes, a dislike counts as much as a like. So the best thing you can do to get at somebody you don't like is nothing. But that's why I unsubscribed or turned off notifications for most of the people that I don't like. I don't even.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, if you don't want to watch it, you don't have to watch it. It's like not there. You don't just ignore it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't do the hate watching thing. If
Yeah. The only
something's
reason I
important
knew
enough,
Mitch was
somebody
live was
will put it out there.
I mean, the only reason I know Nunya's live is because somebody will send me, because I know if I go live, she'll restream my shit, which she always does. The whole thing. She'll restream the whole fucking thing.
Yep.
And the only reason I knew Mitch was live the other night was because when he came over to my panel, people were saying like, "Oh, he's restreaming you right now." I'm like, "Okay." Other than that, I don't know these people are live or not. I don't see them on YouTube. It's better that way, I sub to other channels and catching channels and um, a few other channels like yours. But yeah, not not a lot. So it just doesn't come across my feed.
Yeah, it's a lot better that way. And if something's important enough, somebody will clip it and send it to you. I mean, or at least tell you about it.
Yeah.
I've decided that I'm gonna, and God bless them for having the patience to do it. But people will let me know if Nani's restreaming my shit, and I've decided that if somebody's restreaming me without my permission, who is monetized and making money on it, I will file a copyright strike.
Yeah, I'm gonna start doing that too. I think because that's what I realized. I mean, she is basically using Nunya is using content of people that she claims to hate, right? Um, to restream to generate her own content to generate money, and then both on her streams, but also on her members, right? just to make money. And I think she was doing it so much, to try and make some money for the holidays, right? To buy presents for her family, for her kids, whatever, for her boyfriend, because she's not really married. And that's sad, dude. If you have to rely on like your enemies, the people that you like claim to have hate in your heart for, to make money, like that's where you're at. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. So, yeah, I think if we can take that
That's
away
true.
from her, we should, man. I'm down for that.
So, something that does kind of creep me out. Well, actually, it creeps me out a lot. Is she talks more about my dick than I ever have, and like it's creeping me out.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
like she for like 30 minutes straight, she talked about me talking about my dick, and she talked about me talking about my dick more than I ever have. It's and she talks about it a lot. It's
She
creeping me
probably
out.
thinks about your dick a lot, Bill, at night.
Well, I mean, if she wants a picture, she just all she got to do is ask.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. Yeah, yeah. Um, she was restreaming my stuff the other night, and somebody said, so, "Hey, Nanya's restreaming you." All right, so I went over there, and she had like 3 different accounts, right? What Lambo this, ghetto asshole this, whatever, and they were all saying the same thing. They're like, FCC is a confirmed pedophile, right? Like they were just saying it like openly, and then she would repeat it. She'd be like, "Oh yeah, FCC is a pedophile. FCC is a
Yeah, I
pedophile."
know she's
And
called everybody a pedophile.
I typed into her chat. You know what I typed into her chat? Nunya is a pedophile. And she lost her fucking mind. And she's like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you said that. Look at this, everybody. FCC says Nunya is a pedophile." And I'm like, they're just words, right? At this point, they don't
Yeah,
mean anything.
she was clutching those fake pearls hard.
They don't mean anything, apparently, right?
Yeah,
You could say anything about anybody now. It's just they're just words. Yeah. And she was like, "Is that the real FCC?" I'm like, "Yep, that's me. I said it." Because you got all your modded up people in here calling me a pedophile, so I'm gonna call you a pedophile. Do you have any proof about me? No. Do I have any proof about you? Maybe.
yeah, they probably thought they knew who you were, just like they know who Warbot is. That's
Yeah,
funny
man.
how she brags about how good they are at getting people's information, but how many times has Tommy pulled up on the wrong guy, and how many times have they misidentified people here?
Yeah.
And one time, she said that, and I've used a shit ton of these different apps, and there's some good ones and some that suck. One of the ones that sucks is Truth Finder. And she was like, "Oh, Truth Finder is a great app. That's what we use." I'm like, "Well, no wonder you can't fucking identify. Truth Finder sucks, man. I mean, sometimes it's better than nothing, and it's not like always wrong, but it's been wrong more times
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
me than it has."
I've experienced that too with Truth Finder. Yeah. Yeah. It's I mean, unless you have a lot of information, um, it can definitely steer you in the wrong direction. So
Yeah, I've got an app that I use for identifying phone numbers. Uh, like a lot of times, Truth Finder will say no data found, and then they'll say this hardly ever happens, but it happens a lot. But then I can uh, run that number through the one of the other apps I have, and it magically shit pops up, and I've never had it be wrong. I'm not saying that it can't be,
yeah.
but yeah, it's just
And she was starting this other, and it's probably her for all that we know. I mean, I'm gonna assume it's her because you can run your own StreamYard and you can have a second device or a second browser open or a phone and have an alt going, right? So you can basically
mhm.
create your own fucking drama, right? If you're running your own panel, you can create your own alts and start your own bullshit, right? It's not
Yeah.
anything that it's not that nothing that has not been done before. Some account that said that Rooster was talking to a decoy, right? NTF's boyfriend or husband.
Mm, yeah,
Um,
yeah. I saw that.
you know, and like she let it live in there, let it hang around, you know, like, oh, it's not a dox, it's not doesn't have his picture. But I'm like, okay, okay. So like if an account came into your chat right now that said Nunya is a fat and hairy whore, you could just let it live and be fine with it, right? It's not
Yeah.
a dox,
It don't
right?
take much to get rid of one, you know.
Yeah. I'm
No,
like,
Jerry, you don't have to
why
have
not
the
just get rid
StreamYard app.
why wouldn't she just get rid of that account? But she just likes to start shit, you know?
Yeah, you can have as many alts going as devices you have. If you're live, even if you're live, that's what kills me is, oh, I was live, so I couldn't have been that account. Bullshit. You could have another phone, or if you're on your computer, you could be using your phone. It wouldn't be that hard.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
What do I use for background checks? I don't really do them too much these days. Oh shit, what's it called? Oh man, I'm having a brain fart. I'll think of it. If I don't remember it, too many pills. If I don't remember it
There's a bunch.
now, I'll
There's a bunch.
remember it later.
There's
I'll
a bunch
text
of
it to you. But
databases that will do that for you.
yeah, there's a lot of them.
Hmm.
See, I got spoiled on something when I was doing the fugitive recovery thing. I got spoiled on a thing called Locate Plus. It's the same thing that FBI uses, and that shit was like it would show you everything, like every car they ever owned, every piece of property they owned, boats, planes, uh, whatever. I mean, but we had social security numbers and stuff to put in too, so it was a little bit different, than with a pred. But I got spoiled on stuff like that. So the stuff like the amateur stuff that anybody's allowed to use, it's just kind of all lame to me.
Yeah. Bill Evans is saying he's, looking to use it for checking his employees' backgrounds. I mean, the gold standard is, but you have to. I don't think private employers can do this. Only like certain types of public employers can tap into the Department of Justice, FBI, database, DOJ, FBI, right? Background check, the live scan, right? The official live scan is where you get the. That's probably your most comprehensive background check on people. But I don't. If you're like a private employer, I don't think you can have access to that database. I think it's only for like public service workers, government workers, people that work in education. Yeah, it's called the live scan. Maybe you can access it if you have to pay for it, but I mean that's the gold standard.
Well, you have to pay for. I mean, they all have like they'll give you a little bit of a tease for free to get you up in, but they're like, hey, we've got all this much more information on this person, but you got to pay now. And that's how they rope people in. And I will give you guys a little tip. Um, it doesn't work with all of them, but it does work with Truthfinder. If you cancel the service, they'll send you an email and say, why did you cancel the service? You put on there that it costs too much. They will give you an offer for, I think, like $10.98 a month, and it includes everything. Like they usually charge extra to run phone numbers and stuff, but they give you that for free, and they just give you everything for like $10.98 a month or something like that.
Yeah, and with the live scan, Department of Justice, FBI background checks is it's they run all of your information, but they also run your fingerprints. So
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I mean that's like, if maybe Bill Evans has another name, but Bill Evans only has one set of fingerprints.
I think Bill Evans probably has multiple sets of fingerprints.
Yeah,
He's some CIA guy or something. Oh
exactly. Yeah.
shit, we're in trouble now. Look at that.
Oh, hey, it's Becky. Wow, look at that. Yeah, wonderful. Merry
Hi,
Christmas,
Becky.
Happy Hanukkah, whatever you celebrate.
Can we change? Karens are. You know what a Karen? Everybody knows what a Karen is. We need to change that name to Becky because all of the Karens that I've known in real life were always really nice, and it just bugs me when somebody says, "Oh, that's a Karen." You know what I mean? We need to change that to like Becky or something.
Yeah, I agree. I've never known a Becky that I like, but you're right. I've known many Karens that I've liked and respected.
Hmm.
But now thinking about it, any Becky I've ever known in my life, historically, or even like studying history, like they've all been very nasty and like rancid women. So I think you're onto something, Bill.
Yeah, yeah, Bill. Indiana, I think last year we have constitutional carry now, so you don't have to have a permit to carry a pistol. But back when I did it, I got the lifetime concealed carry, and yeah, you had to be fingerprinted and do all the background checks and stuff to get it.
That she typed on accident. Hate watching.
No doubt, no doubt.
Yeah, you got all the. You surely have all the Nunionites watching. They're just
Oh
sitting,
yeah, for sure.
sitting. Yeah. Hey, Clown Force.
Just die,
Hi,
just
Nunya.
dying to say something.
Yeah, you fucking weirdos, man. Fucking degenerates. You're broke ass people, man.
No doubt.
Spiritually and financially broke people.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do one more cocaine dono stream before Christmas.
Yeah, I think you should. Yeah.
I'm I'm supposed to be doing one with Jeff's girlfriend, but we haven't got the details worked out.
I support all.
Southwest Gilf, actually.
Oh, Southwest. Okay, there you go.
Anthony Cruz, what happened to you, man? Why did you pop off?
He was in the toilet at work. He was on his break.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah. You had to keep it
Gotta
chill, man.
hide from the boss.
Yeah, exactly.
Becky, you're welcome to come up here if you got anything to say.
Yeah, pull up,
We're not
Becky.
like the others, really. We won't talk shit about you behind your back. We say it here.
Yeah, let's have a conversation.
We're not like your friends.
Exactly.
I tell you what, man, I need to do fucking. I didn't realize how much my mom and dad were spending in cat food every month until I've been feeding them since my mom's in the nursing home right now. I've been taking care of their animals every day. Holy shit. They spend a lot of money feeding them fucking homeless cats.
Yeah, it's a lot, man. Big bags of like Friskies, or what are you getting?
Yeah, yeah, the big, what are they,
Yeah.
50-pound bags?
Yep.
Plus the more medication they give them and flea stuff. They just, yeah,
I mean, it's a job, man. It's basically a job.
pretty much. And my dad has like 12 years of chicken food stocked up, so I don't know how much that is, but yeah. At least the chickens, At least we can eat. Well, I mean, I'll eat the cats too. I don't care, but at least we can eat the chickens, and they do provide fresh eggs every day, so that's a plus. Becky, come out and play.
Yeah, Bill has an open panel policy. Anybody can come up here, right?
No, no, there are some people that I just don't let up here, but there are some people that I will let up here sometimes. You know, you have people like Ryan. Sometimes I'll let him up, but I give him a cap of 2 minutes, and I just let him ramble for 2 minutes and then cut him off.
Yeah, you hear about his whole seizure gate, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. See, he already totaled a car. This is something that people haven't been around long enough don't know. Is he already totaled a car a couple of years ago because he had a seizure while he was driving.
Yep.
And now he wants to stay on the road. If I ever find out like he's killed a family or some shit, I'm gonna make sure they know everything.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
What's up,
And
Blues Runner?
his father's involved in law enforcement too. So if Ryan were to, like, say, be driving a car, have a seizure, and hurt people, an innocent family, the fact that his father knows and does not report it puts his father's livelihood at risk too, right? He could, like, lose his job because he's a sworn, officer, right? And you have to abide by a certain code, right? See something, say something, right?
Well, he might not know about his latest seizure though.
Oh, he knows. His dad was the one that picked him up and took him to the hospital.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got people on the inside, Bill.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the many um, replays of it. That's how I know.
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
Bill
man.
Evans knows what's up. You can shake and bake kitten isn't bad. You know, just try to imagine that it's chicken.
Join this new
Log
community called
cow.
log cows. Yeah, what's everybody's infatuation with, like, the lol cows now, dude? They're like, lol cows were a thing.
Oh shit! Look what we got.
I thought I'd come up for old time's sake, the three of us, the three amigos.
What, you gonna sit between us and go skiing? I can't do the Three Amigos hip thrust right now. I'm kind of down and out of it.
Did we lose one of the amigos? Is FCC gone? Did he
No,
exit?
he's here. He's probably putting on his makeup and stuff. He wants to look good for you.
Well, it's going to take a lot of makeup to make him look good, I think. I would imagine, but maybe he can
Oh
do it.
yeah.
I'm sure. Anyway, what makeup can do, right, Bill? It could make even women. It's the centuries old phenomena that they realized they could use makeup and ensnare men with their
Oh, they can get whatever they want. That's the thing.
huh?
Every woman every woman is a catfish to some degree because makeup is cheating. And now they've got filters. They won't send you just a natural. Even women that are naturally beautiful, they still want to use filters and shit. It's like I don't, you know, I'm not that hung up on looks. Just fucking show me who you are and not who you know. I don't know. It's
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't
I
know.
think that filters and makeup are very new invention that allows a number of deceptions. But you know, if men show up and, you know, on a dating app or whatever, and it's like, or on a blind date or whatever, and hey, they're what they thought was a 9 turned into a 5. And I'm not one to judge people by their appearance, but let's just say for those vain among us, it's up to men to put their foot down and say, hey, I'm not so desperate for some pootie that I'm going to accept your catfishing, and I'm going to walk away from this situation.
Yeah.
And I know very
Yeah.
few men. I know very few men that have the ability to turn it off, you know, and say, hey, no. I mean, it's like you go into a McDonald's. I mean, since when can you completely transform the product? And I'm not saying that the product is a woman's appearance, but I'm saying that, you know, in the idea of one's appearances, how often can you go into a store and it's like, hey, you know, this is $10. Nope, it's $80, and you're going to get half the quality.
Right. Yeah.
You know, I mean,
I
I'm
mean, and
just
there's
saying.
another side to that too. Like they think they have to be a 10. Look, ladies, if you're at least a 6, we'll still let you blow us. I mean, you don't have to try that hard.
Well, I think that there's a lot of desperation on both sides of the gender wars, male and female. You know, I know very few men that would show up to a date or something and say, nope, I'm out of here. Maybe maybe I would be the exception to the rule, but anyway,
No, if it's too drastic, or like if they send you completely fake pictures, I'd walk out, because what else are they hiding?
right. Well, I'm sure.
I've got no problems walking out on a female. Like maybe in my 20s, you know, I probably stayed with women longer than I should have. But I've gotten past that a long time ago.
Yeah. Well, it's really filters is, but I think that you can also tell if somebody's using a filter as well, I believe. But
Yeah.
speaking of filters and makeup, FCC, are you back?
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, you can hear me. I'm
Yeah.
back.
All right. Perfect. All right. What
Sorry.
is your makeup routine, and how many filters do you use to?
Oh man.
How many filters do you need to use to make yourself a 2? If you were on the market,
I'm not in the market, so I don't have to worry about that. But
Oh, okay.
I did.
I love married men. I love married men
Hold
who
on,
come
hold
out.
on. I did just purchase my first ever cream, like retinol cream. You know, the cream that you put underneath your eyes to like help the puffiness go away.
Absolutely, yeah, I know it. Yep.
I just purchased my first product, and I'll tell you this, I'm quite happy with it.
And I'm proud of you because you strike me as a cheap ass bastard. So I'm
Wow.
with money, a wealthy. You're one of these wealthy cheap men who, you know.
This is a precursor to a midlife crisis. He's going to be buying a Ferrari here within the next 6 months.
Yeah, no, I just made that purchase, and my wife was very proud of me. She's like, "You're doing good. You're on the right track."
Well, what was the brand? What was the brand of cream?
I can look it up for you if you want.
No, I mean,
cream of some young guy.
Nope, that's all right.
Cream of some young guy. No, it was whatever. I mean, it's whatever is like probably the top bestseller on Amazon. If you type into Amazon like eye or like a facial kind of like whatever filler cream, it'll come up, you know.
Well, I'm curious.
Can you get Botox on Amazon?
I don't think so.
Can you get what on Amazon, Bill?
Did I say that out loud?
He did.
Botox. Can you get Botox?
Oh, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff you can get on Amazon. A lot of crazy stuff.
You can buy a house on Amazon. You can buy a tiny home.
Narcan?
Probably.
You can.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm hoping this is a Mitch-free zone here tonight because I happened to go up on FCC's to wish him a Merry Christmas and bring some positive joy in his life for Christmas. And it was totally overrun by Mitch's Christmas extravaganza. That was one of the worst streams of the year, by the way. It was one of the worst. And I'll admit that I was on the Christmas extravaganza last year, and it was really kind of fun. And Mitch this year did a good job doing an intro, and he's a fairly good editor. But it was terrible. I mean, it was basically a rehash of how much more can we talk about Ed? And like, he's a guy on the internet that we knew, and turns out, you know, it. He and his brother were into some nasty stuff, and you know, what do we need to keep talking about it for?
Yeah.
And I think that
Ed's gone. I mean,
it's gone. Ed is gone, and the community is gone. Basically, that Ed and you know, through drama and some other stuff, you know, I think it's, where do we go from here in 2025 to bring some kind of, is it all a waste? Everything that I've invested in this community is gone? Is it like those penny stocks I bought that are worthless?
pretty much.
Well, I mean, that's sad. Like, I could come up and talk to FCC for a while. I can come and talk to you, Bill, but there's nothing. I mean, we could talk about things that interest all three of us, I'm sure, but there might not be an audience for it. So I'm just going to talk like we're having a three-way conversation, you know, and see what's out there. But what do we do? What is this place? Is it like, do we all go away? Do we write off all the time and energy we've built in maintaining relationships and building upon those and a foundation? I mean, FCC, you're a smart guy. You're very logical and rational and somewhat non-emotional. Did we waste our time here?
I don't think it was a waste of time. I mean, it was cool while
I don't
it
know if it's a
lasted.
yes
You
or
know,
no answer. I think part of it is, yes, we did waste a lot of time. But I think at the same time, like if we were able to establish connections with people, right? So, a quote unquote online community that has a vested and a collective interest in like protecting children, right? None of that goes away. Like we're all still connected around that, you know. It's like,
right?
You know, the drama is probably, you know, for better or worse, like gone. You know, it'll pop up here and there, but I think most people that are still around still care about kids, you know.
Yeah.
This part, and see, here's the thing: is we say the community. This part, like the actual Pred Kitchen community, is not going to change one way or the other because of our little bullshit channels. We have fallen pretty far from that. Everybody wants to say we're all about Pred catching, and like at my heart, I still am. But as far as our channels go, we fell far from that a long time ago, and it just got worse over the last year or so. You know, you have to look at who started going live in the last year. And why has this happened? It's all become about just smearing people and dragging panels. Dragging panels get more attention than anything, as far as this so-called part of the community goes. Something I've noticed is that nothing I put up community related ever gets jack shit for views compared to my other stuff, which is why you hardly ever see my shorts be about this. I mean, I will occasionally, but because I won't ever let people forget that Robert Graham is a pedo, and that's another problem, is that we have him hiding here. How many do we know about? And now we're finding out more and
Well,
more
they're not
shit
even
about
hiding.
Mitch,
They're not
even though
even
I
hiding.
fucking warned you people.
Yeah, they're not even
Go ahead.
hiding, like out in the open.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I think.
What's up, LB?
How
Is
you
that
guys
LB?
doing?
Hey, LB, how you doing?
It's been a while.
Who is that? LB?
Yeah.
Sam,
Yeah.
Merry Christmas, LB.
Merry
Long
Christmas.
time. Where have you been?
Nowhere. Same place I always been. It's the internet. You don't actually go anywhere. We just tune in occasionally, right?
Well, okay. Merry Christmas, LB. I hope you're well.
You do.
I hope your family's well. Good to hear your voice.
Thank you. Yeah, we're okay. You know, life's life goes on. Go ahead. I was
think,
in the conversation, but it took me a couple minutes to get in. So go for it. I'll chime in.
I mean, I think the one thing I have to add here, I think is interesting, this moment in time where like this community, this offshoot of the pred catching community, whatever you want to call it, is still pretty small. It hasn't gotten any bigger. It hasn't. I mean, the views are definitely down, but like if I run a live, like the other night I ran a live, and by the time the video got taken down, which is pretty much immediate, I just had like 700 and almost 1,000 views, right? And that's pretty consistent. At the same time, I think there are particular pred catchers that have just fucking blown up, that are going crazy. And the people that follow like Alex, or the people that even follow people like, Vitaly, or
Skeeter.
some of these, yeah, Skeeter, exactly, Dap,
That guy in Illinois or whatever, 30, he's got a number 60 something.
yeah, yep.
He's
And so
big.
there are pred catchers now that have massive followings, and those people are
another good one is 561 Scrappy in
Yep.
South
Yep.
Florida. Pretty good.
Oh, dude, he's one of my favorites. Yeah.
But they
These people,
don't run live streams. That's the difference.
exactly. Yeah, they're just they're
we are
catchers, and
not the
they're
pred catching community anymore.
yep, and their followers. They just like that's all they do. It's like they're there for the catches. They don't get involved in any of this stuff, and that's fine. But I think in terms of the number of people that are now watching pred catching today compared to like 2 years ago has like exploded.
I think YouTube has changed their tune on it a little bit too.
Yeah. Yep. There's a lot more
They're
stuff
starting
on
to let
YouTube now
it
compared to
fly
even like a
again.
year ago, right? Or 6
Yeah,
months ago.
they're starting to let the videos fly again like
Yeah.
they used to.
Not only that, but like
Yeah.
I don't understand. A lot of these people didn't have their channels, and now almost everyone got their big channels back. What was the rationale for removing them? What was the rationale for giving people an answer? Oh, okay, here's your, PvP's got his channel back. Alex got his channel back. I think almost everybody does now.
Did you hear? Did you
I think they always
hear
had
Jeff
the
tonight?
channels.
Jeff tonight on his fucking Christmas stream was like, yeah, Alex got his channel back. Tommy's getting his channels back. This CC unit got his channel back. And I'm not going to say that we had anything to do with it. I'm also not going to say that we didn't have anything to do with it, but it's taken a lot of work, and
Jeff
it's good to see that Jeff. Yeah.
When did that
tonight
happen?
He's like fucking taking credit for getting his channels back because he has connections at fucking YouTube.
Yeah,
what a fucking clown.
His FBI agent, his own personal
but for
one.
people that
also
don't know
YouTube.
Jeff, that's gonna build Jeff because a lot of people don't know Jeff's a retard.
Exactly. You're right. Yeah.
He's riding the train.
It doesn't take long of watching him to figure that out, though.
Yeah, but a lot of YouTube creators are retarded, and people love that. They love the train wreck. You know.
I wonder if Alex knows that Jeff was responsible for getting his channels back. Might be, or Ghost.
Yeah, Jeff also said he was modded on Alex's channel that came back, and he's not. I saw him. I'm modded in there. I've seen him chat in there. He's not fucking modded. Alex
Well,
wouldn't have him as a mod.
that was my point. Some of those channels, okay, they got them taken away, but then they got them right back, and they just stopped posting because they didn't want to lose them. Right now, things have calmed down, and they're posting on them again. Right, but they had the channels. Like I know Ghost had his channel back pretty quickly. He just didn't post on it for a while. Predator Poachers, he's had that. He just wasn't posting on it because they didn't want to lose the numbers. You know what I mean? Until they could use it again.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I don't know. I think it's what's odd to me though is when they do go live on their channel. Like I was on PvP. I was watching PvP. He was live on his channel. Whether he had it or we got it back. I mean, LB, if you're saying he always had him, I've looked up PvPs on YouTube like over a year, and he really is on just Rumble and Odyssey. But I didn't find his channel recently.
Did they get all their subscribers back when they restart?
Yeah, he has 155,000 or 160,000 subscribers.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying they all had them back, but some of them did. You know, I know Ghost had his channel back, but he started a second one, and I know that was the trend for a few months.
But I don't know if they're sending out notifications for these newer channels that came back because he only had like 50 or 60 people in his channel that had that many subscribers.
I've been getting them for Predator Poachers recently, which is new.
Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes you get notifications and sometimes you don't. It's kind of a weird.
Yeah, YouTube's fucked up like that.
You can tell when YouTube takes somebody out of the algorithm. If you go look at their page, they have like 100, 200,000 views, and then all of a sudden it's down to like 60, 70,000. You can tell when a big creator gets like kicked out of the algorithm pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
you can tell when YouTube's mad at you too because nobody gets your notifications, or if they get them, they're a couple hours late or whatever.
And I do think like the last people around here, like I came in here watching catches, and I think a lot of people came in watching catches, and either they got wrapped up in the drama or they got disinterested in catching. That what is kind of cool to see is that you still see people that are part of this place in catching channels participating and watching or commenting on catches. So for the most part, I don't, and it's a lot less than it was. It was a lot less than it was before.
Yeah.
But, anyway, I don't know. I think there's still. I mean, this community may not be about catching anymore. FCC's got a lot of noise coming on, and what are you cooking?
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
There, better. Jeez, how rude.
I'm having some audio issues tonight. Sorry.
Yeah, clearly.
No, I mean, I think today on the average day, I probably watch 2 to 3 catches a day. Not necessarily live, but like I'm finding all kinds of new catchers every day. Like random ones from this, just people I'd never even heard about.
I saw a guy though. Have you guys seen this guy? He's like trying to do the Skeeter way of, and I put out some videos with me doing commentator, but his name's Zerg. Have you guys seen this guy Zerg?
Yeah.
I don't know where he came from, but I like him. He's kind of new. He's a younger guy. I think he works with.
Oh, is it the same Zerg that used to be paired up with I forget the other guys, Keen or something like that?
Well, no, but he pairs up with Northeast PA predator catchers. Who is that? I forgot. Shafiq. Shafiq. He works with Shafiq.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think that if you strip everything away, we're still the foundation of why people are around for the most part is watching catches. You know.
I saw a short the other day that one of the DAP guys got arrested for smashing a pumpkin over somebody's head.
Oh,
Which
those fuckers
I
are.
haven't heard that until I saw the short the other day.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Did
I don't
that
know all the
happen?
details, but yeah, they've been splashed all over the news for a bunch. Look, I enjoy watching a predator get the snot knocked out of them, but
Yeah.
these idiots put this stuff. They put their crimes online. The court doesn't
Yeah.
care if it's a predator; it's still assault. You know.
Well, I mean, I think in the area they were in, which they're like near where Bupak was, the cops didn't care, right? They weren't gonna arrest the people. That's why they were doing that type of shit, but you can't do it everywhere, right?
Again, I enjoy watching a predator get the crap beat out of them, but when you put it online, it's still assault, and you can't really be surprised when you get arrested for it at some point.
So that
Somewhere
did
along the
happen.
line,
Somebody got
somebody's.
arrested for a pumpkin over the head. That did happen.
I don't know about the pumpkin thing, but I know they're looking at some serious charges right now.
It was the page was called can I say it? I can say it, right? But it was
Yeah, you
called
can say it.
Blood on the Razor Wire TV, maybe, or Blood on the Razor Wire. Maybe it didn't say TV at the end. There's some like guy that got out of prison. He like reports on crimes and shit.
Where
I thought
there's
that it
an
was like wild that
Instagram.
they were talking about DAP though. I was like, oh no shit, I know that.
There's an Instagram that reposts. Oh fuck, what's the name of it? They had one of those like people punching Preds or something like that, and I'd been watching it for a while. I'm like, okay, this is cool, and I posted the link to their Instagram, and like a week later, they got hacked and started showing softcore porn. And like, fuck. But now they've got another one, and that's they put a lot of DAP stuff on there. And
See, a lot. I know a
they
lot
had
of
some.
people have gone to like Instagram and TikTok and whatever, and I don't like those apps. I watch other shit on YouTube now.
Yeah,
I
I
think
don't have TikTok for a lot of reasons.
yeah, TikTok's bad.
Yeah, actually,
Alex,
Crossroads. That's another thing that they got caught doing allegedly.
what was that?
They were shaking down a pred for 400 grand.
Oh Jesus!
Shake
Wow,
it down. Oh no shit.
holy shit, dude.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, that's really
Yeah,
sketchy. Yeah, that's
Pumpkins
terrible.
versus Preds. Oh
Um,
shit.
I mean, I think what we're about to see is so. If you remember, a couple of months ago, not even that long ago, Alex announced his new collaboration with Kyle Rittenhouse, right? And they did a bunch of catches, and now those catches have gone from like the live catches to popping up on their daily YouTube channels, right? They just posted one today. And the cops come and they like, getting the information from Alex and they're like, "Hey, are you Kyle Rittenhouse?" I'm like, "Yeah, man." He's like, "Holy shit, oh my god, So I think, I mean, as big as Alex is now, I think Alex is about to experience in the next like 6 months to a year, like they're just gonna go fucking nuts. I mean, they're gonna be on every single podcast. I mean, I think Alex will be on the Joe. I'm predicting that Alex Rosen will be on the Joe Rogan podcast within the next 6 months to a year.
That would
he's
be
already
epic.
been on Tim Pool and a bunch of other big ones. He's been on some big
Yeah,
ones.
but like, when you're on Rogan, then you're like, you're done. That's it. You've hit it.
Yeah,
And I think that's going to
He
give him
has
more
that.
like Go ahead.
God, he has that personality that Joe Rogan would be like, yeah, I want to talk to this guy.
Oh, he'd love him. He'd love him. Yeah.
Yeah, they would be. That would be epic. That would be an
Yeah,
epic freaking interview.
I think so. And it would, give Alex more of a voice, a platform to, I think do the political activism that we know that he wants to do. Just to be
And
a voice for
would
like changing some of the laws, right?
that would make it harder for YouTube to cancel him because then people would
Exactly.
be paying attention. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why some of these really big people don't get canceled because they're just too big and you know. I
Yeah.
mean, look at all the controversies that have happened with creators that shouldn't be around anymore.
Yep.
So the beauty creator people are like the worst. They started, but now that's going into other genres of YouTube.
Yeah.
Well, but I also think that if you're not, I guess some of Alex's sort of promotes predator catching with an eye for, yes, he's been super successful. Yes, he clouts a lot. He markets himself. He does a great job marketing himself, particularly to the political side of things. I mean, he's a really, really successful at melding and sort of consolidating, basically taking predator catching to the political arena and the social media arena where he can get all these invites. And it's not just like a local news. It's mostly, mostly conservative, podcasting people that are interested in hearing about, interesting enough, they all of these conservative people, alt-right people too, think like that pedophilia is a Democrat problem or a liberal problem or a blue state problem. And in fact, when you actually look at some of the work that Alex does and where he goes, some of the worst places against predator catching is red states and red counties, and
Yeah.
some of the better ones is in some blue areas. And so you kind of where I'd like to see Alex go maybe is, not to make a political statement, but hey, predators know no bounds, and the politics around prosecuting and arresting predators doesn't necessarily match up with your preconceived notions. And
Yeah.
one of the examples I have is one of the easiest states, particularly on female predators, I have seen is the state of Texas. I have seen
So,
more really, really nasty cases of kids under the age of 15, 14 being molested for years, in some cases getting pregnant. The predator will be getting pregnant with threatening the student or, in these cases, the teachers. And these, a lot of female predators are getting probation in a huge red state like Texas. And so I
and
really like,
Texas is so hard on some things though. There's
you think like the death penalty, everyone jokes about the death penalty. And then you'd think that there was a case in Cleveland, Texas, in which made national news at the New York Times, but a number of men, in this case, the racial makeup was mostly black men, had sexually assaulted an 11-year-old girl in Cleveland, Texas, in some like abandoned trailer, whatever. Made huge news, national news everywhere. That they went through, and every single one of these people was like 15 or 20 men got like 10 years, 15 years, 25 years. In some cases, some of them got 100 years in prison. So Texas is capable of doing some of this stuff. But what I've seen when it comes to some of the cases, probation for a continuous sexual assault of a child over 4 years, and they give them probation. So anyway,
Huh.
that's an observation I've made on this.
I
So
think that's a cultural
yeah,
difference, with the South.
cultural, but also, I mean, there's a cultural, but also political. In that, if you think of states like, and maybe this is a leap, but I'm thinking about places like Texas where, um, you know, abortion is obviously not accessible, right? And it's like, even in the case of rape, they're like, well, just, God would want you to have this baby, right? There's this burden put on the victim, right? And so, in terms of like, people that are like, accused of like sexually assaulting children, like, is that a carryover to like, well, what was the child doing, right?
Yeah,
Is
but
is
what
there some element of that, like, leading
how
into
does
that?
that relate? How does that relate to light sentences for women, the victims? I don't get the crossover.
What do you mean for women?
That's what he was talking about, saying like Texas has really harsh punishments usually, but it seems like women are getting off really easy in Texas. That's what he was
Well,
saying.
yeah, that's kind of one example, and that goes into my overall theme that in general, in all of the state, female predators generally do quite well in the criminal justice system if it ever gets
I,
there. And one of my
I
overarching,
do think that's getting better, Sam. Like I've noticed a lot of that stuff's getting a lot more news attention, which it should. But I mean, it's still a
Hold
long.
on.
A lot of things
I
are
gotta
a long
address.
ways off. It
oh,
should it should take
gotta
news
address
attention
something
to.
here.
You got to fight in the
Sorry.
chat. Go ahead.
Uh, yeah, Jerry, we don't call people predators here that aren't. So if I see you calling somebody a predator here that isn't, I'm gonna have to get rid of your ass. That's your only warning. Enjoy them perk 30s. All right, go ahead.
so anyway, I think that it is getting better for sure, LB, but I think it's only getting better because people have made a somewhat of a stance on it. And
Right.
I don't know, I've emailed police, I've emailed prosecutors, I've done in many years, I've put in a lot of work trying to get answers and trying to figure out why a sentence was given for this particular case. And I've spotlighted a lot of, I mean, if you look at my channel still, there are still a lot of cases that are very lightly treated, you know.
Well,
Uh,
those are just the ones that make the news. I mean, think of how many of those cases happen, and they're like, they know somebody in the courthouse, or they're related to a cop in town, or and those things get brushed under the rug. That shit happens all over the place. It has been for many years. I think body cams are the best thing to happen after the George Floyd shit, and then they wanted everybody to have body cams. That's the best thing that ever could have happened to police.
Yeah.
Because it really, you see things, you're starting to see things where people have to do their job. There's no free pass because, or whatever the situation may be, where they give
Yeah.
them a pass. And I love those fucking channels that post the body cams all day.
Yep.
Like
And
that is,
the most glaring ones are like the when they pull over the county deputy for a
oh yeah,
DUI, and
yeah.
they're like, Sam, it's not like the old days, Sam. We're on
Yeah, they
cam.
always
We
go,
got
my
our
body
hands tied.
cam's on.
Back in the old days, I just give you a ride home, Sam. But
Yeah.
I'm
They're
like,
always like,
bro,
hey,
what
hey.
else happened in the good old days?
Yeah.
Fuck.
well,
And not every place
what I
has
like,
body cams still. That isn't over. Like that's a new, relatively new thing that hasn't even gone like countrywide yet. So it's still happening. I mean,
well,
it happens everywhere,
I
which is
guess what
sad.
I guess what I was trying to get at, even though I hold a particular political opinions on a number of things and a certain thinking, I do think it's kind of unfair. I think the alt-right and the conservative movement, particularly on the alt-right, you go through all those lists of people that, have this idea that, again, pedophilia is only a Democratic problem. Pedophilia is only a liberal problem. It's only a blue state problem. I think that Alex going on all these alt-right things without necessarily saying, unless he's asked, and again, when he's asked, he'll say it like, are all these people, I mean, that guy in the mag, I mean, he's caught people with Trump signs and MAGA hats. And, when we start pigeonholing who's a predator, and you get down the rabbit hole of only men are predators. Well, society has learned over time that that's
Yeah.
not the case. And that's when you start missing things. When you're like, okay, only men are predators. So if I leave my kids with women, they'll be okay. Wrong. Oh, only Democrats and liberals are pedophiles. If I leave them with this MAGA supporting Trump person who hates pedophiles, they'll be okay. You'll be wrong. So it's kind of like I would like to see a little bit more mellowing out of this idea of trying to label people. And I think even there was some councilman or someone recently that was really Republican or hated pedophiles and went around, and he was brought in, caught molesting a kid, I think, or charged for it.
He
It was,
was he running for office, and it was like
yeah,
his stepdaughter. Yup, I saw that. Oh my god.
that had made some round.
And he was in the interview and it was like, I almost made it. He was like so upset that he was like almost getting elected and he just got caught. I was like, this dude was not like he
Oh,
wasn't even
I
like
saw.
grasping
Yeah,
what was going on.
I saw that one. Yeah.
and
That
so
just
Yeah.
came, yeah, that was
Yeah.
like a couple weeks ago, maybe. Not
and
even.
he was like
I,
riding
I I hear
around.
what you're saying now, Sam. I think Alex's like political views, which are his own political views, are like if you combine that with his pred catching, like there's a challenge there because then he has these like natural blinders that are put in, right? He has to like think of his pred catching through a particular lens based on his political views. I think his political views are still like they're his own political views. They're still forming. But I think if you're a pred catcher, like, and if you can just focus on the pred catching part, and be as objective as you can about it, that's the
But
best case scenario.
that
But I think Alex is like his political views are definitely like, yeah, they're bleeding into it, and it's just part of the how our
that that's
current
part of
political
what
discourse is
made
so like binary, right? You're this or you're that. But really, in reality, there's a lot of gray area in between.
Alex knows that that's part of what gets him a lot of attention. He started off doing prank videos. You know what I mean? Like at the very beginning.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
knows to antagonize, that gets attention, but then he buckles down, he does, and he does his thing. So
yeah.
I mean, it has the same intended
Well,
purpose.
and
And
I
I don't.
guess, sorry, go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Sorry.
No, I'm good.
No, I just want to say is I wanted to correct you real quick, FCC, that I was saying that I wasn't saying that Alex has contributed to making people think. Look, Alex has stood before some people wearing Trump hats and MAGA hats and Trump signs and Trump supporters. Alex very well knows that predatory, and he's worked with some of these red state prosecutors and counties where they won't prosecute, or police departments
Yeah.
where you think they're going to be tough and they're the exact opposite of tough. And Cam is dealing with that in New York, where it's one of these counties in which it's a deeply Republican county, and the prosecutor is Republican Party, and they won't just, he's an ass. The guy won't handle, and he's got his own things with why he doesn't, et cetera, et cetera. But
Sure.
Alex, I don't think it's Alex's fault. I think it's general misconceptions. The same people that wrongly assume that no women abuse children wrongly might assume that no MAGA supporting Republican Trump supporters would abuse a child, unless it's Matt Gaetz. Unless it's Matt Gaetz, and then everybody's okay with it, I guess. Which was the strangest pick.
Has that been proven, or was it just another smear campaign?
Well, Bill, I think that for Republicans and MAGA and the alt-right that have so made the pedophile issue an issue in politics, they were trying to claim that it was unproven, or it was, I think the overwhelming evidence is there that, and the reason why Matt Gaetz doesn't want this report to get released, and I'm not sure why it hasn't gotten released yet, because the ethics committee voted to release it, is that there is substantial amount of evidence and eyewitness testimony that he did
And
now,
Venmo transaction receipts.
yeah, I think the Venmo transaction receipts were among the most damning, that he was sending an underage person significant
Do
amounts of money.
do you think Trump, like whatever he elected him to or tried to elect him to in the
A
cabinet
point.
there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think he did that just to give an excuse to resign? Because I mean, he was
Well,
like holding on.
100%. I think that
Okay.
Matt Gates was fearing. That's a great LB. You're right on. I
No, I
think
mean, no,
LB
nobody thought he was
coming
gonna make
through
it.
with the observation.
I like
Nobody thought he was actually gonna make it through like the House and be elected, right? Like that would be ridiculous.
no Attorney General. You mean Attorney General? But he wasn't going
No,
to get
but they had
confirmed.
to like discuss it and approve it, right? Which we
Of
all,
course. And
I was
it's
hoping
such
that would not happen.
it was such a crazy idea that, yeah, you're 100% right. It was
And he resigned right away, which
yeah.
was like a good excuse for him to resign, which he
And,
should
Yeah.
have done a lot sooner. But
right.
now
And typically, if
now
you're
he doesn't matter because he's gonna make a bunch of money with Trump next year, so they'll be fine. They'll be good.
oh well, he got a contract with Newsmax or One America News. But the point
Sounds
is
better.
that it was pretty crazy that, again, when Trump says that he could, and again, this is not a statement on necessarily Trump. It's just a point to his supporters and people that like him so much. I don't put anyone on a pedestal, even though I have to vote and I vote all the time. I think that all politicians are fallible, and you should not get, trapped in believing in personality over substance. But in any event, and essentially that is Trumpism. But the whole thing is that the idea that you could appoint someone who had that under suspicion, that was, and believe me, Trump had access to information way more than we did, right? Trump probably got the ethics report. Trump had Matt Gates's background. He had all the insiders telling him advice, giving him the inside scoop that, yeah, hey, Don, this definitely happened, and it's not going to be like he's not going to be proven innocent. It'll make him look more guilty. But Trump did it anyway. We've seen him say that he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and get away with murder.
Right.
And I think that appointing Matt Gaetz was shooting someone on Fifth Avenue, appointing someone that likely credibly had sex with someone underage, and you want him to be the United States Attorney General is
Scary.
astronomical. Yeah, very, so much.
It's
So
ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous.
it's insane. Now,
Crazy.
However, I really like a lot of other Trump picks. So that is the only one that gave me
Sure.
that one really infuriated me.
But
And it was so
I
fast.
mean,
He did it
the
so fast.
method, and this is not a Trump thing. I mean, this is something that, like, I mean, Bill Clinton was, Bill Clinton did what he did with Monica Lewinsky, right? And he denied it all the way to the bank, right? It's pretty outrageous claim, outrageous proof. It happened. And he got away with it, right? And the way that they do this, and Trump is doing this too, like even putting somebody like Matt Gaetz up for nomination is so fucking crazy and outlandish that then when they pull back and say, oh, he's dropped out, now he's resigned, he got what he wanted, we got what we wanted too, because we just got to put forward somebody that was so fucking outrageously unqualified for this job. Now we can basically put in any fucking wingnut, as long as they don't have
That's
like
true. That
proof
is true.
that they've like paid off children for fucking sexual favors.
I didn't think
They're
about
going
it
to be
like that.
better
But
for that.
I didn't think about it like that, but that's a scary thought too. Now,
Yeah, you make
that
the
say it.
craziest claim. You make the craziest claim.
They're
and then
going to
you
be
can
better
walk
than
it
Matt.
back.
They'll be better than Matt, no matter who he picks now.
Exactly. Right. That's
I didn't
what
think
it
about
is,
it
right?
that way. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, but LB, yes, you're absolutely correct. Your thinking was right. I think that whether Matt Gaetz knew he was going to get confirmed or not, he definitely
No.
had a discussion with Trump and said, "Oh, great. If you nominate me, I'll resign from Congress immediately, and
Easy
therefore
way out.
the ethics committee won't have jurisdiction over me to release that report." Which is
Right.
why, by the way, he resigned from Congress for this term. and he got elected to the new term. Well, let's say, well, he's not going to. So he resigned from this term that ends on January 2nd, and he can be sworn in for January 3rd's term. He's the new Congress.
Will he? Is he going to do that, you think?
And this is why you know he's dirty. If he wasn't dirty, he would say, okay, I'm not going to be attorney general, so I'm going to just go represent, again, my jurisdiction that I got elected for. But then that would mean this ethics report would be released. What did he say? Nope, I'm not. I'm going to continue resigning from Congress. I will not serve the next term. I'm going to go take a job at One America News or Newsmax.
So who's going to be in his place for the next term?
There was a vacancy for the next term, and then the governor will set a special election in that jurisdiction in Florida for them to elect a new representative.
They'll do like an appointment and then a special election.
No, congressional senators are appointed when there's a vacancy. Congressional members, you have to be elected. There's no appointment of congressman.
Okay, so have a vacancy.
He's just gonna pick somebody then down there.
No. It's a Congress seat that's open. Congress people must be elected. They cannot be appointed to Congress. You cannot be appointed to the House.
So that's what I'm asking. Who's gonna run? Who's next?
Well, there's a number of people lining themselves up, but I don't think until Matt Gaetz fails to take the oath on January 3rd, that's what initiates the process to tell the governor of Florida that there's a vacancy. The governor then sends out a notice to say, okay, we're going to hold a special election, and then candidates start running. There's no election that's set yet because there's technically
You gotta wait for it. You gotta wait for it to go down.
Yeah, you gotta wait until.
And the third is getting closer to the 20th. And so, putting pressure on Trump to try and make this whole thing go away. So it's kind of like it's a game of chicken, right?
Did you go ahead?
The report, dude, the releasing of the report.
Oh yeah. So what the latest is that technically the ethics committee doesn't release reports on former members, although it has a lot of dirty, nasty information in it. It's a loophole that Congress people can use that if they resign, they can avoid the ethics committee releasing the report. Well, in this case,
happens all the time in the government. Happens all the time. People resign to avoid the bad stuff.
Yeah.
And there's also this slush fund that Congress uses to pay off sexual assault using taxpayer money, which is a whole other issue.
Yeah.
The ethics committee actually is going to burn Matt Gaetz because they voted, I believe, despite him being a non-member, they will still release the report. So he's going to get kind of fucked as he deserves anyway. But he's got a new $3-4 million job at Newsmax, and
it was just like I'm not a Trump fan anyway, but I was like,
he's a fucking pedophile.
pedophile. I was extremely disappointed that was like his first thing he did. Like that was the first thing I saw on the news after the election. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? So I was just like, God, is this what we're in for? I mean, I know they play their tricks. He knows the system and he plays it, and that's who he is.
So would this be a true statement? Like Trump associates with known pedophiles?
Yeah, he loves Puffy. He said he loves Puff.
True statement, right? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he said that.
Well, I mean, he also was. I know that again. Sometimes the alt-right likes to whitewash history too. I mean, he was a very good friend of Jeffrey Epstein.
Right.
Epstein was there partying it up at Mar-a-Lago. The only time people like to bring up, he threw him out of the club. The only time Trump did something about Epstein was when Epstein was bothering a billionaire's daughter, and the billionaire came to say, Donald, you do something about this, or me and 20 other billionaires are out of here if you don't do something. So they basically forced Donald's hand to throw Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. But believe me, I don't think Trump wanted to do it.
Of course not.
And
but that kind of proves that Epstein doesn't have anything over Trump's head, or he wouldn't have kicked him out.
Well,
I don't know anything about Trump being a pedophile, that he does. Obviously, he said he likes a couple pedo people in the past,
He
but
sexual
I
he
would, I
sexualized
would
his own daughter, right?
listen. I would, I would almost guarantee these charges that like Puffy is facing and all these rich people are facing these sex trafficking charges. I would guarantee that Trump's done the same thing, taken a hooker and flown her across state lines. That's called sex trafficking. That's what it is. That's what they're being charged with. I guarantee he's done it.
Well,
Just like every other
I have
rich perv
I
billionaire has.
I I have no doubt that they've all probably done that. But the thing is when people say, "Yeah, I'm cool with that person," was that before or after they knew what they were doing? How many times did we go to bat for Ed? But when we found out what he really was, boom, that was done.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
You
but
know,
he's
you
been
got
I mean,
Mitch saying, "Oh, you guys."
sex trafficking is like sex trafficking. We all know that, and it's like it's not good. But like we're talking about like when it involves minors, right?
Yeah,
That's
but
a whole
I'm saying
Right,
different
but
animal.
I don't know about Trump and minors. I know he associates with people who definitely like minors, and he said he likes those people. But I've never heard him be accused of being with a minor. That's what I'm saying. Is
Okay,
that
though,
an
but
accusation that's
did
out
he
there?
say he likes those people? Did he say he likes those people
Yeah, he's like, I love
before
Puffy.
he
He's a
knew
great
they were
guy.
predators, or after?
All of Hollywood knew that Puffy was a predator. This has been a well-known, kept secret of Hollywood for 20 years, as far as most people say. It's just one of those things that they didn't tell on each other, and now it's all hit the fan. And uh, I don't know who's going to go down in the end, but it'll probably be. I've noticed they just arrested some twins in New York City that own property. They own in Florida too.
The
No,
They're
Hanson
twins.
twins,
yeah,
Hanson.
no, they were like
No.
I think they were called the Alexander brothers. They're real
Yes.
estate,
Yep.
wealthy real estate
Very. Yep.
guys.
Yep. Same
Yep.
situation. Flying hookers in and
Yeah.
out of properties. It's sex trafficking. Like, yeah, you can say, "Oh, I'm going out for a weekend and I hired some ladies," but at the end of the day, that's called sex trafficking. you
Well,
know,
they're not hookers. They're sex workers.
sex workers. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it comes back to this that I think that Alex could also basically be a little bit more active in knowing what he knows and seeing the types of people that he catches that uh, um, you know you know it's getting away from this whole alt-right viewing like that the pedophile problem. I wouldn't trust a MAGA supporter any more than I would trust someone a blue-haired freak that voted for Elizabeth Warren. I mean, it just I think that getting away from
Hey,
these.
that's a cheap shot at Ryan, dude. Come on.
Well,
Bill Evans,
I
I
don't even like.
highlighted it, so now it is officially on record. You're good.
No, nobody ever thought that, Mr. Evans. We would never think that about you. When I think about like,
Well, he is a
okay, I'm
pilot.
like, oh, these people are like rich and they're probably flying women around and doing whatever they do. I don't even think about like what their political stance is. They're just that they're just rich pervs that, and if like it's consensual and it's not abusive, like whatever, I really don't care.
Sure.
Sex work is the oldest work ever in the world, but a lot of these people, I think, were like abusive, and that's the problem. That's where it gets.
Yeah. And if it involves children, that's a whole different thing.
Yeah, that's a whole
Yeah.
different. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I'm talking about
I mean,
just
at the end of the
regular.
day, like women or men, like we all pay for sex in different ways, right?
Right.
Having
I
nothing to do
don't.
with money,
No
right?
doubt.
Maybe.
Well, there's always a cost.
What's up, Richard B?
Believe me.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's the thing.
I
I've got no
I
problem with
completely
I'm
sex
just
work.
saying
If
I don't think of.
everybody's
Go ahead.
If
Sorry.
everybody's a consenting adult, there should be no issue. I don't care if it's illegal or not. But the problem is an awful lot of sex workers are either forced into it or coerced into it
Well,
or blackmailed into it.
the drugging of people is horrible. Seems like that was a pretty
Yeah.
common theme. The Alexander brothers, they said their ladies were saying they were drugged too. So I don't know if that's just something people are saying now because it's come out so big with the other case. But it's the timeline kind of fits, like all these rich people are kind of doing the same thing.
Well,
Yeah,
I
the guys that
have a
ran
problem.
Abercrombie and Fitch, right? Sam and I
Yeah,
were talking about that.
yeah. They
Mhm.
were that him and his husband were creeps. They were creeps, and
Oh,
I
I
don't even
saw that
know.
with the models, right? They were like doing things with the models.
Well, they were.
Wow.
The
Uh,
Abercrombie people.
yeah.
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 I don't know what involved the bottles, but
No, the models. The
Models.
Abercrombie.
oh, the
The
Models.
models.
Models, yeah,
Yeah.
the
yeah.
models.
Don't forget,
Yeah.
LB
Sorry.
is she's
Jeez.
nasally, so she's talking the
Yeah,
models.
nasally. Give me a
Sounds like
break.
the bottles.
Well, there may or may not have been champagne bottles involved. We don't know yet.
No, that's not what I was saying. That was the
I
The
story I saw
bottles
that
with the models.
they were hiring these male models and abusing
Yeah, yeah.
them.
And
That
they
was
weren't
like
like,
Yeah.
I don't, yeah, again, I don't think they
Jesus
were like
Christ, you guys are
minors, but they were
weird.
like young 18, 19, 20-year-olds, and definitely like a lot of drugs involved, drugging kids
I,
up, you know.
I saw somebody online I was watching like a podcast and this lady said modeling, like the modeling industry is basically just a sex trafficking industry. Like that's all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know
Male,
if that's
female
true
for
or
sure.
not, but
It's the oldest trick in the book. You tell a girl, "Hey, I can help you with your career. All you got to do is blow me, and I'll totally get you a contract,
Yeah,
whether
that's
you
what these
can or
guys are
can't."
doing. Yeah.
but I think that, and I hate to go, be a little bit of a contrarian. You're around all these. It's got to feel, you know, you gotta, you get invited to go to a Diddy party, and you see some of the most famous people on planet Earth, or you go to, become a model for Abercrombie and Fitch, when every young person, attractive young person, wants to go into that industry, and you see a bunch of shit and go through. Why does it take so long for people to become an advocate for? And is it a system problem that, like, they were ignored when they complained, the police didn't take them seriously, or is it a society problem where, hey, I was drugged at a Diddy party, but I met Brad Pitt, and therefore I met I met Jay-Z, and now I'm going to work and doing music work on Jay-Z's album company because of
I think
me,
it's a combination of both. It's a
because I met
combination of both of those things.
because I met him at a Diddy party. Yeah, I got assaulted at a Diddy party, but I also met Jay-Z, and I got a really nice album work for the next 3 years. And if I complain about what happened to me with Jay at that party, that's kind of with a whole connection, and I'm going to lose. I don't know. I
Yeah,
just
that's called
That's not how things are supposed to work, though, dude.
financial abuse.
That's
It's called
not how things
financial
are
abuse.
supposed to work.
It's
What do you
not,
mean?
but
Yeah, I
that
know that's
is
not. I know that's
the
not. Are you
system.
saying that? Well, who's okay? The people abuse a person, but because of your needs and wants and this and but I really want to be a model. I know that the CEO just sexually assaulted me,
Yeah. So
but I
I mean, so you're talking about like normally what we would say is like the quid pro quo thing, right? Where like if I'm the boss and you're my employee and I can get you to do certain things for me, I will do certain things for you, right? But in these situations, we're talking about the world of like independent contractors, right? So they don't have the protections, the workplace protections that
Right.
normal workers have built in, right? And so it's a gray area, but it's the same thing. It's you're treading into the world of like ethics, and it's just it's fucking bad, dude.
Well, it's just like the one girl that had a video of Harvey Weinstein. She had turned her camera on to her computer, and you literally witnessed assaulting her over time. She didn't release that tape for years. She held on to it. Like, for what purpose? To blackmail him, to extort him at some point? Why wouldn't you immediately turn that over to police? Well, then look at it, and it's like, oh, she was trying to get Harvey Weinstein to buy into a marketing platform for his new couple movies, and he sexually assaulted her live on this recorded. And so she got assaulted, but she didn't turn it over until the whole Me Too thing came out. So it's like, what responsibility, if any, I guess my question is, what responsibility, if any, do victims have to report the crime that was committed against them? And this is actually one of the things I struggle with when it comes to female predators. When
I think
boys
I think some of
I don't
the
know
victims,
if I understand what you just said there. I'm
so
not.
when
Not
I
boys are
think
victimized, how much responsibility, if any, should society place on victims of crimes to report that crime to authorities?
I understand what you're saying, and I think the reason people have waited is there have been people that reported things and they were ignored. They had police on the payroll. They were attacked. It, you know what it reminds me of?
or just like
Scientology.
shame.
You know
People
what?
don't want to like revisit it, right?
Well, like in
That's the thing.
Scientology, when you have like a defector, they like put an all-out attack on like that big person, right? You've seen it with like a lot of celebrities. It happens. I think it's kind
Well,
of like that, but on a way smaller scale because these aren't celebrities, obviously. But and then they throw them some money and they shut them up. And what are these people gonna do? Like they don't have the money
I
to fight in court. They're not the federal fucking government. What are they supposed to do?
even without it being involved with people that have money and power, I've had private conversations with a whole lot of sexual assault victims in this
Who don't
community,
report it.
and almost all of them said that they didn't report it because they were either humiliated, scared the cops wouldn't believe them. And then when a woman, well,
Didn't want
or
to
a
do
guy,
it.
when they have to go through that rape kit, they get re-traumatized all over again because they've got strangers poking at them
And
and
then
taking samples and shit.
with children, I
Yeah, it's
mean,
terrible.
if you're abused as a child, sometimes you don't even realize you were abused. You know, until you're old enough to understand what happened. You know what I
Absolutely.
mean? Like you don't even realize like, wow, I was like groomed and abused for years and didn't even know it. Like till
Yeah,
you're an adult and you can recognize that. So I
I
mean,
mean,
I
Yeah.
think that's huge. The adults and the partying and the drugs and whatever they were involved. If they were drugged, then that's like automatic, not okay, right? But if they're like participating willingly, yeah, they probably shouldn't be filing claims. That's not
Yeah, and I think at
not
that
what it's
point you're
for.
talking about issues around like again shame or yeah, I think if you're an adult, and I think what Sam's getting at is like, you know, if you got involved in the situation where you might have been taken advantage of sexually, not as a child but as an adult, to get ahead, you know, people do that, right? And it's like, at what point do you pull the trigger on saying it was you were taken advantage of or not, you know?
Well, a lot of
um
these people probably, yeah, felt that way. Yeah, I did what I did. It
oh,
got me where I wanted. But now it's come out that he was actually drugging people. So people might be reflecting on it and be like, oh my God, that's what happened to me. I was drugged. I didn't
yeah,
realize I was drugged. You know what I
right,
mean?
right.
Until
But the
now it
allure,
makes sense, right?
the
But
allure
yep,
that money plays, the allure, and I guess what you guys are missing, in my point, is the overwhelming obsession to become a model and be famous, to be a celebrity, to be around people with money. Oh, the love that people have for money and to want to be around people with money. And so you have this overarching, I mean, you are with global superstars at these Diddy white parties or whatever they were. And and millions of people want to go to them, and you were selected. I'm sorry, there's a little bit of me that says, um, okay, I didn't go to a Diddy party. I didn't get invited to a Diddy party. I could have made my business proposal to Brad Pitt or Jay-Z. I didn't go. You went, something happened to you, but you got a bunch of
The,
business. You got a whole networking thing. You got Anthony Hopkins' phone number. You got Dwight,
yeah, but
Rainn Wilson's information.
these
And
people
it's
are
like it's
now
like
saying
you
that
have so
they
much
were
so
drugged.
much advancement.
They're
You
saying they
got
were drugged.
okay, LP, I get that. They now that they were drugged. Did they allege that now, or they alleged it when it happened?
They might not have realized they were drugged until
Okay,
they realized
well,
that's
no,
what he was doing.
they didn't know that they were drugged 10 years later after they built a career on going to a Diddy party and making all these contacts and making all that money. Now they finally realize that, oh my God, I was drugged. I'm trying to navigate this. Trying to navigate this with you.
Or they realized that they were drugged all along, but maybe didn't realize that like being drugged and taken advantage of sexually was like not quite okay to have happened to them, right?
Right. That's what I was trying to get at.
I mean,
That,
how
like,
I mean, how much? Yeah, and it's like, how many do we ever ask the question or ever tell someone, hey, if Harvey Weinstein is a super big producer, I'm someone's mom, dad, husband, wife, whatever, and it's not a good idea to go to Harvey Weinstein's hotel room at 1 a.m. on a Saturday night to make your pitch to him, or go into Bill Cosby's lair without anyone else there.
Feels like you're victim blaming, dude.
Oh, here we go with the victim. Oh, here we go with
if
the victim.
they're
Yeah.
okay, so if they're like they're desperate to be famous,
And we should
do
okay,
it.
they're
I
so
don't- I'm
yeah.
not. I don't think that is like that's like an agreement basically, if in my eyes. The thing I'm thinking is the drugging, and some of these people maybe they weren't drugged and now they're just using that and saying they were. I don't know, but those are I think two very different situations. And just I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna do what this guy asked because and that doesn't make it okay either. But I think it's very different than like drugging
They
somebody to
were
sleep and doing things to them.
open. I mean, what was a Diddy party? I mean, you go to a Diddy party
I don't
to
know.
meet a bunch of famous people and to take as much drugs as you can. That was sort of the whole point.
Yeah, of
I
course, but the
I don't know.
but the and nobody has an issue with that, Sam. Like, but the issue is that young girls and boys are being recruited into these parties to pleasure adults. That's the issue.
I agree with you when it comes to the children. It's for me, where is
Yeah.
It's
everybody
the
seeing
adults.
go on? Again, you can't, who are you sex trafficking? Again, it gets the age old question of you could accuse somebody of sex trafficking to who? Who are you sex trafficking people to? If you're going to charge Jeffrey Epstein, charge the other 5,000 people that were connected with him. If you're just going to
I
try to
agree.
charge P. Diddy, charge the 5,000 people that were showing up to his parties and
I
endure
agree.
the political
Yeah.
fallout of
I
charging
think they
super famous.
should.
You should charge 500 super famous people, but no, the government doesn't have balls. They've refused consistently to
I agree with you. I
do the
agree
thing
with you.
they
Yeah.
need.
I agree with that. Yeah.
So
And that's
I
not
mean,
that's
LB,
not
are
you
you
could
something.
you
using
could
a
have said
headset?
that up front and saved us fucking 30 minutes. But
well, no, but I also think the onus in some regards, whether you guys like it or not, as someone that has worked with and had conversation with people that have been sexually assaulted, um, there's a point at which you wake up and say, as I did in my own life story, I said, I now know that this was wrong. I've lived with this for a long time, and I'm going to make a police report, and I'm going to request that my abuser be prosecuted. Everyone comes to that realization in their life that
How
they
many?
were harmed.
How,
And I think that if we had a lot more victims that realized what happened to them and put aside their own emotional journey, I did it not for myself. I didn't file a police report, go through that trauma for myself.
right.
I did it.
They
I did
can't
it
just
for
turn it off and
society.
on like that, though, Sam.
I think there's probably going to be a lot more people that come out that we don't even know about yet, right? That they've talked to, that are the victims, whatever. And there probably have been multiple reports over, I mean, we're talking about 20 years, 25 years. There's probably been at least a few each year, if not more, that were discounted and thrown aside, right? Because
Yeah.
these people were flexing their power and got away with it, which is why it progressively got worse and worse. And now it's where it is, and they have somebody that's willing to prosecute it, right? Like that's where we're at.
Well,
It
and
doesn't
I
mean
think,
that it doesn't mean that nobody reported it or there weren't reports, because I guarantee you there were. Guarantee it.
well, that would be interesting for us to look at as people that look up to
I
law. If people,
I bet we will hear about those things and many other victims if this ever goes to trial, which I
what
don't think it will. I don't think it'll ever go to trial.
but Bill, and I understand that you have these, you've had a lot of conversations, and believe me, I've heard similar things, and it was part of my own, turning it on and off, as far as the, in many cases you're now an adult. They're not going to probe you. They're not going to give you a rape kit 20 years later. But I'm an
No,
advocate.
no, but it. And I understand what you're saying, and I wish they would all. I wish they would all report it. But like I've had girlfriends that I had to change things about myself because some asshole raped them 10 years before. Like I hate people that have their hands in their pockets all the time. But my son's mother, when we first got together, it was like, and I talk with my hands. But if I was talking with my hands, I would notice she would flinch. And I'm like, what's going on with that? And for the longest time, she wouldn't tell me. So I just started putting my hands in my pockets. And finally, one day, because she would also wake up screaming, and like there was a bunch of other things. And finally, one day, she told me this was because she'd been traumatized from being SA'd from 10 years before I even knew her. So it's not like they can just snap out of it all of the time. And she never reported the guy. And she's not the only girlfriend I've had that I had to change things about how I did things because of some shit that happened to them years and years ago. And it's not like they were doing it for attention. I can, and I've had that too, and I don't stay with them for very long, but it's
Yeah.
just not that
Yeah.
easy for people to turn it on and off.
You can't. It's very difficult to predict how people are going to respond to trauma, and when they do respond to it, it's even harder to like, predict or to articulate like why they're responding to that trauma at the moment that they're responding to it, whether it be at the moment of said trauma or like later on down the road, right? It's just it's a human thing, right? You just can't wrap your head around it. So to try and find like we could all say like in a perfect world, when people are assaulted or violated, they report it right away to the authorities. That's not the world we live in. That's not how the human brain works, and so you just can't. You can try and like
But I'm not saying,
rationalize it, but you just you can't, man. It's human nature.
yeah.
And I mean, everybody
Basically
knows
saying
I'm
that,
into the BDSM thing, but I've come to realize that I think a lot of the females that are into it because somehow they're trying to prove to themselves that being having rough sex is something that they can now control, or I don't know, but I just I've had personal relationships with an awful lot of people who had things happen to them, both as kids and adults, and it fucks them up forever, man. They can't just turn it off all the time. Oh, did we lose him?
Okay. Hello?
Yep, you're back on.
You're here. Yeah.
We lost you and LB at the same time.
Oh, there she's back too.
All right. Hey, LB, could you, if you're not using a headset, do you have one you can put on or mute when you're not talking? Because I don't hear it, but the chat's saying there's an echo.
Yeah, I could mute. I don't have a headset though. I'm
Okay.
poor. I'm a poor lady.
Yeah, just by all means talk when you want, but just mute yourself when you're not talking.
Gotcha.
Drop your cash app,
I
LB.
think
Drop
they're
your cash
fucking
app.
with you. I think they're just fucking with you.
Let's get LB some new hardware. Come on, people.
I would not buy a headset if I had money. Trust me, that's the last thing I'm worrying about. It's fucking Christmas. I have kids, dude. No, we have Christmas shit. I did just move though, so it's yeah. I got a
Well,
lot
what
going
is it?
on.
What is it that kids want for Christmas this year, LB?
Oh my god,
What's
those
the
fucking game systems are like $500. God fucking damn it.
what game system, like what's out?
I don't even know. I've been like researching them. My daughter got an Xbox 2 years ago and it doesn't work at all. It's like $500 Xbox. So, and my son's 5. So I whatever is durable that they can't fucking break. That's what I want. That's what I'm gonna get. So,
Good luck.
yeah, it's really like confusing. I don't know shit about game systems. So I'm doing research. So I mean we already have Christmas set, but I'm trying to get a new game system for my house because I think that's better than like YouTube, right? And shit. Like I don't
Yeah.
want to
Are
mess
you?
with
Yeah.
YouTube all the
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Well, just
I'd rather be like learning
whatever it
something, at
is,
least using
don't
skills.
let them attach it to the internet.
No. My daughter had the Xbox and she was like taking it back and forth to her dad's house, and then all of a sudden it just didn't work. That just seems to happen when shit goes to her dad's. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but we just work with it. So just
There we
what it
go.
is.
Blaming men again for all of our problems. There we
Dude,
go.
my fucking ex-husband is a scumbag. It was probably like under a pile of trash and got broken. That's my guess. So, and I don't live like that. So that's where my head goes. Maybe
Well,
not. Who knows?
is your ex husband a scumbag just because he's your ex husband? While when you married him, was he a
No,
scumbag?
he was dirty when I met him. I just didn't realize it because I was like
He
I
was
was
dirty when
young.
I met him.
Yeah, no, he was a fucking scumbag when I met him. But I'm like, okay, I can clean
Oh
this guy's
shit.
house, and I cleaned and I cooked and I did all like the wifey shit. And then I had kids, and then I had to go to work, and I was like, this motherfucker's got my house trashed in 6 hours while I'm at work. Like that's crazy. So it was like that didn't last long. Well, no, we're still married. Actually, it did last. We're still married. So we're going on what year is it? 24, 25. We're going on 15 years. Shit.
So you're
Wow.
still married?
Yeah, we're still
Why don't
married.
what? Can I just ask? What's the? I've heard a number of people that are in that boat where they're split up but they're still married. What's the like? What
Um,
is there some like tax reason? Is there some legal reason?
yeah. Well, that was the reason with us. He didn't want to divide tax years, which is like New York State common thing, I guess. They just like put it in like that's a normal thing. We did have paperwork for an uncontested divorce at one time because I don't want his shit. He doesn't want my shit. We've already settled custody. That shit was already done. But he didn't want to split the tax years, which I don't even care. I was like, I don't want the taxes, but you wouldn't sign the papers. So, and I paid a lawyer to do that. So I was like, well, I don't have any more money to pay the lawyer more. So that was 6 or 7 years ago, and we're still married. So, which I
Wow.
really don't. It
Sam
doesn't
is
bother
letting his
my life.
Sam
I
is
mean, it
letting
doesn't.
his inner Ray shine with his he learned how
Why?
to data mine from Ray. Good job, Sam.
Data mine.
Yeah, yeah.
I've already said all this stuff like over the
Well, I
years.
know. I'm just
I've said,
calling
yeah.
out Sam. I'm calling it how I see it.
Yeah.
No,
Good job.
I've said all this over the
Pretty
years. It
Really.
fucking
doesn't.
sad, Sam.
You're sick.
What is who does that help to know those things?
Yeah.
Nobody.
You got to
Okay.
ask Sam. I don't
So
know.
now I have an extra
I
day
didn't
on
need to
this
know
help.
that.
What you want to help me get a divorce? Okay, thank you. Like who's that help?
Um,
Nobody.
it was a
No, I am gonna get a divorce soon. I'm working
Drop
on
your
it.
cash app, LB.
That's on my bucket list. No, I'm not dropping my cash out. Fucking
I'm dropping my
trust me,
cash
I'm
app.
fine. I have wealthy parents. I just don't like to take their money. So I'm all right. If I'm struggling, if it's a desperate need, I'll survive. Nobody's gonna let me die. So I don't like that.
all.
Wow, that got really dark.
Got dark? Why? I
You're
just
just
said I have
like
wealthy
you're like no
parents.
one's gonna let me die. I'm like that's a
Well,
pretty like
suffer.
that's a pretty like
Nobody's gonna let me
it's a low
suffer. Nobody's
floor, you
gonna let
know.
my kids suffer. I have like
Okay.
amazing parents, and I'm just
All right.
not. I'm not like a trust fund kid, though. You know what I mean? Like I
Yeah.
live my life, they live their life. But if my kids need anything, or if I really needed something, I would ask for help. But I don't usually. I
I
don't.
have
There's nothing I need. I mean, I'm not. I'm not like greedy. I don't.
You could
I got a roof
use the
over.
fucking
I
you
got
could use a
food.
headset. How about a headset?
No, I don't. I probably wouldn't wear it anyway. It's
there's
fucking,
nothing wrong with their mic. They're bullshitting in the chat.
yeah, they're
They always
fucking with
troll.
me.
Um.
So yeah.
Well, no, LB, I have a legitimate question for you. Your reason of what your opinion is. What is your genuine reaction to this very attractive killer that killed a CEO of
Oh my
United?
god, I wanted to talk about that earlier, but it wasn't the topic. No, I don't. I don't think he's attractive. He looks like a child to me. Like way younger than me. But killing anybody is bad. I don't understand why he did that. I cannot wrap my head around like if he got like his family reported him missing like 6 months before that. So I don't know if
Yeah.
he got like indoctrinated into a cult or what the fuck happened to the guy. Because that just seems very crazy and everybody said it was out of character for him. So I don't know.
Well,
I'd be curious to know more about what he was doing in the last 6 months. But it's not okay to kill anybody. It's not gonna fix it. You know what I mean? I
I
do
guess
think it's good that the topic is being talked about, but at the end of the day, that's not gonna fix everything.
is the topic really being talked about? The topic is not really being talked about. The fact
I
that
mean, more than it was a
well,
little bit.
I mean, the fact that I help car insurance, and I hate. I mean, insurance overall is a dirty business, and I mean, uh, Medicare, basically requires doctors almost to accept their insurance, and so I mean, they have like monopolistic power over pricing, and nobody wants to talk about like the government caused problems in the healthcare system. It's all like this greedy capitalist are the problem, and it's no, actually, if you actually talk to a lot of doctors, they
They
they they
they agree. They don't like it. They think it's
they,
dirty
well,
too.
they think it's a dirty system, but they have a lot of complaints about Medicare and Medicaid, and you will see that a lot of doctors now are not accepting Medicare and Medicaid, and so one wonders why, if United Healthcare is so greedy, why are doctors accepting private health insurance more than they are accepting Medicare and Medicaid?
Because they get paid more.
Right.
You
So
know,
Yeah,
if
they
they're gonna
get.
get,
so who is
they're
so
not gonna take
who
Medicare and
who is
Medicaid if they're not gonna
who
get
is
paid.
who is greedy then? Is the government that
They're
bankrupted
all
our system
greedy.
greedy?
They're
They're
all greedy.
squeezing our
I think
doctors, right? In
it's
the United States,
capitalism, Sam.
squeezing our doctors. And United Healthcare, people are saying that private health insurance is greedy, yet they're paying our doctors the most when the government is paying our doctors the least.
Yeah.
So who's really greedy, I guess, in the end?
Because
I mean,
the government puts caps on everything. Every state's Medicaid or whatever they have, they put caps on everything. They're like, we will not pay you more than X amount, and that's why.
That doesn't sound very capitalist. That's not a capitalist approach. That I mean,
well, I think as a society, what we need to
No,
reckon
but
with
it's government though.
yeah,
like
government
what do we
money.
consider a public good versus a private good, right? So education for the most part is like free. It's not great. There are many other like services that the government provides, based on taxation that are considered public goods, roads, infrastructure, right? Power, things like that. And I think what we need to decide is like healthcare is the next frontier. Like, are we okay with a profit driven healthcare system? And if we are, we're going to continue to have this problem. And if we're not, why can't we move towards a more
Okay. Let me break it down you for you. Profit.
yeah, go ahead.
When you say a profit-driven system, if someone goes to medical school for 10 years, they spend 10 years of their life going to school, 15 years going to, including fellowships and training and everything. They don't
Sure.
really start their career until they're 40 years old. Okay. And they are a surgeon that does heart surgeries that in 5 hours they can repair someone's heart valve. Should they make, okay, it's a public good, or it's a profit driven system, should they make $1.5 million a year for saving my dad for his heart surgery, or should the government tell them that they only should make $300,000 a year? When you go down this road of like who gets to decide how much somebody makes, and then if you want,
No,
if
I'm not
like,
talking about individual like salaries
but
based
no,
on
but
your
that's what it comes.
position.
That's
If
what it
you're
comes.
a
Wouldn't you think if you're a heart doctor and you repair people's hearts, you would just want to repair as many hearts as possible and whatever?
what I'm saying is like
You're gonna be wealthy regardless of who pays you.
Well, I
when you
mean, wealthy.
monetize
What you make it.
healthcare,
What is wealthy?
you are going to naturally run into this situation, right? And that's where we're at right now. It's like, United Healthcare, UHC, whatever the fucking corporation was. I mean, they are a corporation, right? They're not a 501c3, right? They're a for-profit entity, and they will, and any of them, right? Any health plans or PPOs, HMOs, whatever they are, they are profit driven. And if you want to put like healthcare and mix it into the world of like for-profit business, you are going to have these kinds of like philosophical
Well,
issues come up
I'll
from time to
tell you
time,
what.
because it's like,
I'll
you know,
tell you what. If I don't think basketball players, and I don't think football players and hockey players should make $50 million a year. I think that they should make a lot less. And someone that saved my dad or mom in a heart surgery, I think they should make $50 million a year.
are professional sports a
Or
public
saving
good?
my people. Maybe they are. No, but if you want to go down to a profit driven motive, who should we wait, a public good, so we should pay people that save people's life nothing and pay sports stars billions? No. I think it should be in reverse.
Well, maybe we should start televising heart surgeries, and we could
See
have
how that works.
a
Yeah.
team of surgeons go head to head against another team of surgeons, and people can bet on that, and get brand deals and shit. It's worth a try.
You know what? If I ever have a heart surgery, I will clout off of it just like that. I am going to live stream the sucker.
Hey, thanks for the Cash App. I don't know if you want shouted out or not, but it will definitely go for the cats. I will be buying the cats their own cocaine. Thank you very much.
I don't know. I just think this idea that, LB, I understand what you're saying. Well, they should do it because they want to save people's hearts. Yeah, but they also have tremendous liability. If they make a single mistake, their life is over. They get sued for $1 billion if something goes wrong in the surgery center. So they got massive medical malpractice insurance. Hey, you want to pay doctors $200,000 a year for doing heart surgeries? And they can do as many hearts as they want. Take away the liability if they may make a mistake. I think you also have to have a conversation about medical malpractice and the amount of incredible amounts of insurance that a lot of these hospital systems have to insure. Hey, you want to take away the profit-driven motive of medicine, then take away the profit-driven motive of ambulance chasing attorneys too, I guess, right? We can have that conversation. It's
Yeah, but that's like a chicken or the egg argument, though, right? Like, which one comes first?
Well, I think it's a series of conversations.
Yeah.
But I haven't heard a single person other than me tonight talk about one of the problems with our healthcare system is the massive amount of medical malpractice insurance that our doctors and our hospital systems have to carry in case something goes wrong. Okay? They have to carry incredible amounts to fight off ambulance chasing attorneys. I've heard no one other than me tonight mention that. So, yeah, I would love.
Well, I mean, you kind of answered your own question, though. Insurance companies. Most insurance companies sell more than one kind of insurance. So they pay the doctors a good amount of money.
Yeah.
And they get it back by fucking them over on the other insurance.
You are making very strong arguments tonight, Sam, against the private sector.
Excuse me? What?
You are. You're talking about the whole industry of ambulance chasing attorneys or lawyers, right? That are driving up costs for healthcare, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, so okay, hold on. But you just said
that's a private sector issue.
Is it a public good or not? Is it a public good or not?
Good?
Is healthcare a public good? If it's a public good, then
sure.
Then take away the ability to sue somebody.
No, I mean, healthcare should be a public good, but the way that we've set up our systems for like litigation and our legal frameworks are completely out of whack, right?
Well, and here's the other thing that people don't talk about: networks. When they go and sell policies, you can only go. They regulate you on, and I don't know if Medicare and Medicaid, like only certain doctors accept it. So you can't go see any doctor you want because it's not in network with your insurance. And then you've got a lot of these.
Oh, it's crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy.
You have a lot of these Obamacare policies that are very cheap, but they only let you see like doctors in 3 different counties. Only 3 counties you can go to see, and there's like only 2 cardiologists in 3 counties. And so you're limited by who you can see. You got cancer? Nope. You can't go to the Memorial Sloan Kettering in New York or the MD Anderson Center in Houston. You got to go to your one oncologist in your local town who may not be the best person for you. And he may have a lot of appointments booked out. You may not be able to see him right away.
You got to wait forever. Yeah.
You got to wait for a long time for an appointment. And it's like, there is so many different problems with our healthcare system, and some young looking attractive dude that women are going crazy for. And maybe explain that to me, LB, why all these women are going crazy for him if he looks like a kid. But
well, I'm old. I'm way older than him, so I don't know. Maybe they're probably young people that are his age. I don't know,
dude.
I look at him and I see like a child that's in like high school or college. Like I see like a child when I look at him.
Yeah, the
So,
only person that's
Ser-
characterized him as attractive is you, Sam. I think the guy looks
yeah,
like
I
a
know.
fucking
Well,
incel.
no,
He's ugly,
people
dude.
are
He's
like
not
praising.
attractive.
No,
That
people are
objectively,
praising him as a hero. I don't know about the attractive part, but I do know people are like putting
I
him
almost
up on a
no one,
pedestal.
I see no one saying anything about being hero. I see all of them saying how attractive he is. So I guess
Well,
we're on the
look at
but
that guy in Florida
serial
that killed the
killers
lady
get
with the Joker tattoos on his face. What's his name? The-
Wade Wilson. Wade
yeah,
Wilson.
people think
Wade
he's
Wilson. Yeah,
like that's not. Some people are just America's fucked. Like that's the answer. America's fucked.
Well, I mean, FCC. Do you objectively think he's attractive or not?
No, dude. I think he looks like.
Oh,
I think he needs to to pluck his fucking unibrow, dude. Like
well,
who
for
no doubt.
who allows that much facial hair above your eyeballs, dude?
Italians do.
Yeah, well, his father failed him, whoever he is, apparently.
Oh,
That's
I
another
would
thing.
guess he was.
When the
I
pictures
think
they
he.
showed of him on the night of the shooting, he had well groomed eyebrows, and just 5 days later, that shit was out of control. And when
Yeah.
you look at the picture of him when he was in McDonald's, he's not wearing a hoodie. He looks nothing like the pictures they were showing around. How the fuck does a McDonald's worker, besides the fact that there was $60,000 on the line that she's not going to get because she called 911 and not the tip line, like, how does that all work out? You know what I mean? There's just a lot that's wrong.
I really want to know what he was doing for the last 6 months because I think that
Something
will
not right with
explain
this
a
whole
lot.
story. Yeah.
It just seems so random, and the fact that his family reported him missing makes it seem like
There's something not right.
he was probably off in some fucking cult like shit, and they put him up to this because he's got the money to get out of it, or at least a chance. He's got the backing. I don't know.
well,
I
I
mean,
don't get it.
from the jump, the shit's been wrong. Like they told us what was written on the bullets that they found. They usually keep that shit quiet until after the trial or during the trial because they do that to keep false confessions at bay,
That's true. I
and
didn't think about that.
they also don't tell certain details to stop copycats, which I guess there are copycats now.
Yeah.
But they told us right away what the bullets had written on them. That doesn't make sense.
I'm not a big like conspiracy theorist guy, but
yeah. Oh,
this one doesn't seem
Hey,
right.
thank you, Bill Evans. Appreciate you, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
oh, now all of a sudden you're a conspiracy theorist, right? Okay, all right, thank you. 9/11. You're not a truther.
You know
You're
what
not
I
a
was
truther,
thinking?
but now all of a sudden,
Device 13. What's your opinion on
What
Device 13?
what if they had like three bushy eyebrowed kids that looked like him? Three retard 20-something-year-olds, and they like plotted them out to make it seem like it was all him. But what if there's other people involved? I mean, that's possible too. I'm curious to see if they get. What they did say they had his DNA already, though, right?
you all are crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
You all, the
I
whole
don't know enough.
if you walk around Little Italy in Lower Manhattan, like every third Guido looks like this guy.
Well, I don't know enough. That's what I'm
Sure, okay.
saying. Like,
Yeah,
it seems
Yeah.
it just seems
it's
very
okay.
stupid for
It's okay.
somebody of his stature, and he's not an idiot. It seems very stupid. Like just for somebody who seems as smart as he's supposed to be. That's
Yeah,
what's really confusing.
he had a plan to get away, and he was sloppy, or whoever it was sloppy. But they did get away, and then he's just going to carry all the evidence around with him.
Yeah, but what if it really
Doesn't
wasn't
make any
him?
sense.
What if he didn't
I
really
don't.
shoot the gun? And there's three guys that look like him
That's what I'm saying.
walking past cameras on purpose, and then he's just, he could go to court and it's like, oh, his DNA doesn't match. Sorry, we got the wrong Guido.
Yeah.
Who knows?
It is not okay to be. Why do Italians?
Oh, sorry, I meant
Why,
Luigi, not Guido. Sorry.
why is it okay to be racist against Italians? This is it's kind of a theme throughout history.
I'm Italian. How can I can't be racist
I'm talking
against
about
Italians?
There's There's
Maybe
nothing wrong with
isn't he
greaser
Mexican
guineas.
or
They're
something?
dark skinned. They're like
Yeah,
basically Africans, dude.
yeah. Isn't FCC a Mexican anyway? He could say that shit. He's
Oh,
fine.
Yeah, Italians are basically black. So
Yeah, we're basically all the
Pretty
same.
much, yeah.
yeah.
Why are you turning this into a race debate?
Yeah,
Sam?
you ever been to Sicily,
Stop,
Sam?
stop race
Huh?
baiting.
You ever been to Sicily?
I've been to Italy.
You've been to Sicily?
I haven't been to Sicily.
Yeah, they're fucking black, dude.
And so, what's wrong with that? What's wrong
I'm
with
just saying.
But
Bro.
they weren't always black. That's just because the Moors came in and started fucking all the white chicks.
Yeah. Thousands of years ago. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I always thought my brother was a Mexican growing up. So
Are you Italian, Sam? Oh, you are Italian.
You know I'm Italian.
is
I
he?
don't know you're Italian.
Sam looks very Irish.
Hey,
I would guess
Sam,
Irish.
how much is my home worth, Sam? What is the value of my home? Sam.
I never.
Yeah, me too, Sam. How much is that low budget apartment worth? Tell me.
Hey,
Please.
you know what people say that all the time. Since Telly said that if someone makes a claim on YouTube, he is authorized to look it up. Damone said he was a homeowner, and I looked it up, and indeed he is one. So just like Telly looked up Bill's pilot license and looked up Vic's.
You guys are
No,
all
he
weird
didn't.
looking each other up. All of you.
Aren't
Anybody who's
they?
looking
Aren't
shit
they
up
all
is
No,
day?
weird.
no, he didn't.
I've never
Everybody.
done that shit. I've never looked anybody up. Maybe
No,
not.
definitely
Maybe. I mean, maybe
not.
none yet.
What use does that have in your life? Like, what do you do with the information then? Like, oh, okay, now I know.
You hold it over people's heads.
I already gave a very detailed reason about why I had done what I had done, and if you all don't like that, you don't have to accept it.
I don't really know much about it, to be completely honest. I really don't give a shit. I just think it's weird for anybody.
An address was being doxxed. I found out whose address it was, notified them that they were being doxxed, and to remove it. That's fine.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
Well, good for you, Sam.
It's creepy.
Save the day.
It's
if you
very
don't like,
it's very
if you don't,
Italian of you, Sam.
if you don't like the explanation, that's fine. It's very Italian of me. Yeah, I am.
Sam is a saint. He was trying to help them.
That's
Trying to help them.
exactly what I said, and most people didn't buy it, which is okay. That's okay.
Yeah, I don't want to know how much people's houses are worth. That would depress me. Be like, man, that sucks.
You'd actually be kind of shocked to like in areas of in like that region of like North Texas, the real estate values, as in much of the country, unless you get onto the coast, they're pretty much flat, right? Economy can go good, housing market can drop, but those areas are pretty much protected. They don't go up a lot, they don't go down. But when you're on the coast in California here, like we get the big spikes. When it goes up big time. When it goes down, we fucking eat shit, you know?
When COVID happened, the housing market in the town I grew up in like doubled. It's like a little small farm town. But the
everybody
housing
wanted to
market
move back,
doubled.
right? Yeah.
No, people were like running from New York. They were like leaving. But the houses, like for some reason, like $150,000 house was all of a sudden like 300,000. You know, it was wild. It didn't last long, but it was like that first year. It was pretty wild. The housing market, what happened?
I can't believe you can buy a house for $150,000. That's fucking wild.
Fuck yeah! In these little farm towns, sure you can. Middle of nowhere,
Yeah.
ain't nothing here. All we have is a Walmart. Like, who wants to live here anyway? Unless you're already rich or you already have some money, you're not gonna stay here. You're gonna go to a bigger city. You know,
I'm gonna
but
retire. I'm gonna retire to where you're at. Yeah.
Well,
no, it's cold. It's like 5 degrees here today. You don't want to come here.
Holy shit.
You used to be able to buy condos in Florida during the housing collapse for $20,000.
In the early 2000s, I took advantage of an insane housing market. I was young, and I've always been good with saving money. I had a bunch of money saved up for a down payment. My problem was I'd never had a credit card. I to this day I've never had a car loan. I always paid cash for all my cars. So I had no credit, and that was my problem. And I didn't want to have a cosigner. I've never had a cosigner for anything. So in order to be able to buy my house without a cosigner, I had the money I had the more than 10% down. And then I had to sign on for, at the time, historically it was low, but at the time 7.5% APR was high. So I went ahead and signed on it. And then a few months later, after making payments on time, I refinanced it for like 5.5 or some shit like that. And then I was actually a PFA for 2 years. But after I got my PFA license, and I learned how money actually works, I said, fuck the banks. And I let it ride I made my payments on time for a long time, which, by the way, if you're on a 30-year mortgage, if you make your half a payment every 2 weeks because you're paying off interest early, that cuts 7 years off of a mortgage, just so you know.
I'm like that too,
But
Bill. I don't have any credit cards, and I just moved for like the first time. I just moved. I've been in my last house was 6 years, and I didn't have a credit score. I mean, I'm like almost 40, and I don't have a credit score, so I had to take out a short-term loan to generate a credit score. Even I didn't need the loan, so I'm paying that back now. But to get the apartment because I didn't have a credit score, which I'm like, this is fucking retarded.
yeah,
Welcome to
Isn't that good?
capitalism.
Isn't that good that I don't have any debt and I don't run up credit cards and
Yeah, but it's ridiculous
Yeah,
I
it
own
is.
that you
everything
have to
I
like
have.
take that you have to like take debt out to prove that you can
I'm
get debt.
responsible. Yeah. I was
Yeah, it's
like,
fucking
I've been in my
crazy.
house for 6 years. Obviously, I
Yeah.
pay my bills. You know, I was
but
like, this is fucking retarded.
anyway, the housing market was insane at that time. When I went,
So what happened to your
it
house,
wasn't
Bill?
actually the house that I bought wasn't actually the first house I looked at. The first house I looked at, I was already living in, and they would put it up for sale. I'm like, well, fuck it, I'm already here, and the price wasn't bad, so I hired an appraiser. And you always want to have shit inspected, even if you got to pay for it yourself.
Isn't that
So I had an
usually
inspection done,
required?
and I had the appraiser came in and he looked around the place. He measured a couple things, didn't hardly do jack shit. And he said, well, what do you want me to put on here? I'm like, well, I want you to put what it's worth. And he's like, well, no, what do you want me to put? I'm like, well, okay. So I had him put that one down like for way less than they were asking so that I could get it cheaper. In the meantime, I found the other place that I actually did buy, and I hired the same appraiser. And I told the real estate agent I want to pay for it all myself. Okay, fine. The seller went for it. Got the same appraiser, same thing. He said, "What do you want me to put down?" I said, "Down a lot because I want to be able to show that I have that much equity in it already." So he did, and that was how I got that house. That was part of how I was able to get it without a cosigner because I had no credit. All right, so fast forward, I make my payments on time and was a good boy and all that shit. Then I realized I fucking hate banks and I hate the government. So what I had done was I took out a HELOC, a home equity line of credit. Now you get all this money tax free, right? Because it's about your home. So I got a shitload of cash for it, let it ride, and then in the interim, housing prices did go up. Refinanced it again, paid off all that shit, took out more loans, kept all the money tax free. And eventually I just said, fuck it, I'm not paying another dime. I was able to stay in that house, and I didn't fight them. I just told them I was waiting on my disability to come through, which I'm not on disability. And I let it ride. So I didn't make a payment for 7 years before they finally foreclosed on it. Now, I could have paid all that money back and saved
Doesn't that
it.
mess your credit up though? Doesn't
Who
that like
cares?
ruin your credit?
Yeah, it did. It did. I had a very high credit score, but I decided I don't give a shit because the only time your credit, they have trained us so much to rely on that fucking credit score, but the only time it
See, I
means
didn't have
anything.
one.
And keep in mind, I was planning on being dead like within 6 months, so that factored into it also. But somehow I'm still here. So anyway, I kept all that money and said, fuck it, I'll just let them have it. If I would have sold it, I would have had to pay all that money back or paid taxes on it. So I just kept the money, stayed there.
So, but now,
basically for free for 7 years, and
yeah, but now if you wanted to go buy something tomorrow, is your credit like fucked? Like that's not gonna happen?
yeah. Oh yeah, my credit's fucked, but I don't care.
That's why he begs for donos on YouTube for drugs.
Oh,
that's right. As long as I got a Cash App, I'll be okay.
Bill FK
What?
and what is it? BILFKM something.
I don't want. You got kids and stuff. I don't want you to send me money.
I'm not sending you money. Shit, I ain't got no money.
All right, cool.
What?
No,
You're fucking mind. Oh, shit.
People do that though.
That was funny, Bill.
people will send me a dono and they'll say, I'll send you more when I get paid, and I fucking no, I don't.
No,
If you gotta wait for your paycheck to get, no, I don't fucking.
I learned that lesson 3 years ago about donating to people on YouTube. Not a good idea. Well, unless you're rich and you can afford it, go for it. But I don't have that luxury.
Yeah, if it's
I got
not
more
a
important
problem and you're not gonna miss it, fine. But
even if you're rich and can afford it, it's not a good idea.
That's true.
Don't
Unless
do
it's me.
that, and also don't try to rent your house out to Cat Reed.
Yeah,
it's also a bad idea.
Definitely. Should have checked that credit score first. God damn it.
Yeah.
Fuck that up.
Basically, what Bill just outlined. What Bill just outlined is basically why we. I hate to say
the housing market crash, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Basically, what Bill just said is why the housing market collapsed. You had it can't sustain. It can't sustain. Because like you just said, normally if you don't pay your car, okay, it's gonna
They're gonna take it.
It get repoed within a month or two. So banks are able to clear what's called clearing the bad debt within a shorter period of time, right? So if you don't pay your car bill within 1 or 2 months, they pick up the car, they can sell it, they can at least recoup some of the money. On the housing market, in some states and in some cases, it comes down to whether you're in it's called a judicial foreclosure state, versus there's another term, but a judicial foreclosure state requires there to be a foreclosure ruling in the courts. They all got backed up in the housing. So you could have someone, in Bill's case, 7 years is a long time, but normally should take 3 months.
I never lied to him about anything, which at the time I did try to get disability at one time and I just fucking gave up. So I wasn't really lying to him. I still don't have it. I probably should, but whatever. And like there are things you can do, like with the courts and stuff. Like when they file foreclosure, you can do things to fight it and drag it out for a long time. I never did any of that. And something else was they paid me to leave as long as I agreed to not leave a mess and not do so. I wouldn't have done anything anyway, but like people like to pour concrete down the toilets and stuff when they get kicked out. I wasn't going to do anything like that anyway, but they paid me to not do that. So, I mean,
I think that was like a different time in the housing market though. Like that happened.
The cash for keys, basically. If here's money to leave.
That I left just like 3 years ago.
Oh.
I bought the place in 2001, and I stayed there until like 3 years ago.
Well,
say like 20 years ago. So like 2004 or 5, I worked in a Washington Mutual call center. Most of the calls that came in were for like banks that had repossessed houses that we were like dealing with, like the people that mowed the lawn, people that were maintaining these properties, right? And this was like right as the housing market was crashing. And that was probably like 75% of the calls we took were.
You mean vendors that wanted to get paid?
Vendors. Yeah, vendors. Yep. Vendor slips.
So vendors wanted to get paid for work maintaining the home after it was foreclosed, but before it was
Right.
sold to a new
Right. Like Washington Mutual was like
Yeah,
owning
bank
these
owned
properties.
homes. Yeah.
Yes,
REO.
absolutely. Yep. Yep. That was like the department I worked in. We
Okay,
all the
that's
shit that came in with vendors. Grass mowing, like cleaning. It's just, and it was like every week somebody had to mow the grass, right? So it's like all the time you're getting these calls. And that was during the crash. It was really strange because it was like a bank, but that was like they were bankrolling that shit, They were buying properties and paying people to mow the grass until the housing market came back, and then they did whatever they did with the shit.
And that's
well,
the
wait,
thing about the housing market. The housing market will always, it will always bounce back, right?
Yeah.
Real estate investments are,
Yeah.
they're like long game investments. And so, you know, people have
The
choices
late
to make whether they want to hang in there or not. But, the long game is like, I mean, we bought a house many years or decades ago. And at some point it was worth like less than half of what we had purchased it for, right? And it's like, what are you going to do? You're going to walk away? You're going to keep paying your note? You keep paying your note, and then all of a sudden 3 years later the house is worth double what we paid for it, right? And we were still,
Yeah.
we were still good, still on time, had paid all of our payments. And then you sell,
they say
and
property
you make money at the top of the market. And then you go
they
from
say
there. But like, if we had foreclosed,
property
we
is
would have
the
been
best.
fucked.
It's the best investment. People
It
always
is.
say
It
that
is.
property.
It
Like
is.
it always goes up. It's never going down. Like
Yep.
here's
it might dip,
what I would say:
but it's never gonna go
if
away.
if you aren't natural real estate investors, what I would say is, here's what people technically should do, in my opinion, is they should, once you get a loan, it's very, if you have a good interest rate on that loan, that's like a golden ticket, so to say. Like, so for people now, I know some idiots now that have a 3.5% mortgage on a home they bought 10 years ago. And, these are just people in my life circle of friends and other people that I know, family. It's like they're going to go buy a home and they're going to get a 7% interest on it. It's like, don't let go of that 3.5% mortgage, rent out the home and let the renter pay your mortgage, because you're giving up that 3.5% mortgage.
A lot of people don't want to deal with tenants though.
Well, you know what?
You know what I mean? That's
You know
that's a
what?
huge
Suffer,
undertaking.
suffer. It's a huge undertaking. It's a pain in the ass, and everybody should do it. If you own a home and you go
I
to sell, you should try to become a landlord at least
I
once.
I, I
Uh,
do agree.
yeah,
I know
that
there's
was
hugely
something
in
else
that,
I
but
did was I rented out rooms and I rented out my basement to people. Most of the time it
that's different.
was okay, but there was a couple of them, man, I had to be an asshole.
Renting out rooms and renting out properties are different, Bill. Those are two different
No,
things.
no, I get it because I was right there,
Me, you were
but
renting out.
I
Yeah.
get it, but you're taking on a huge risk when you do that because people will fucking have pipes bust and not tell you for 6 months,
Absolutely.
and
And then
then
people want to call all
Yeah.
landlords scumbags, and it's like, well, no, they got a pretty tough. Got a pretty tough. Exactly. A
I
pipe will burst, and your tenant won't even tell you.
I mean, I have an excellent relationship with my like old leasing office people and maintenance. They used to come to my place all the time for like just a little bullshit. And it started the first year like it was like 4 things that went wrong with the first 6 months. And finally, when I called, I had like a list. And she's like, just call every time. They're just walking around. They're not doing anything. She goes, every time you have something, call. So I call all the time. Hey, this fell off. This cabinet isn't working right. Stupid shit. But at the end, after 6 years, my apartment was still in like regular maintained shape, right? Because I didn't let everything fall apart. And that's the benefit to renting that most people don't take advantage of. Like That's why you rent, so you don't have to fix
you're
the
right.
shit
When
yourself.
you own shit and
Like,
something breaks,
but
you
a
gotta
lot of
fucking pay
people
for it.
don't want to let somebody in their house because they're not taking care of it, right? They don't want the maintenance and landlord to see they're living like a fucking scumbag, right? I learned this at the last place because I had neighbors that were
Yeah,
I had an
and
apartment next to me
God
that was so
forbid they
hoarded
fall through
out.
your skylight and you get sued.
Yeah, my neighbor's apartment, she had been there for like 10 years. It was so hoarded out. They literally had to like go down to the studs in that thing, right? It was what it was, but I had excellent references when I had to move because they're like, yeah, she's great. Like, like she's a great tenant. She pays her bills. She keeps her house clean. Like, no issue. 6 years. But I
Well,
I mean,
understand that a lot of people aren't like that. And they don't want maintenance coming in their house and then going back to the office and saying, that house is fucking trash. Like, get them the fuck out of here. Right? They don't want that.
So they just won't call
Yeah.
stuff in.
Right.
all the
Yeah.
time.
My daughter was friends with a girl in the next building, a little girl. And I went to their apartment a couple of times and it was like, it didn't even look the same as mine. And they were the same, but you wouldn't know from walking in there. And her mom came in my apartment once and was like, oh my God, this is so. I'm like, we live in the same fucking apartment, lady. Like,
Yeah,
they're
they're like, this
identical.
is what it's supposed to look like.
This is so nice. How is this like that? I'm like,
all right,
what?
y'all. Hold up. I don't have the bell to ring anymore, but another person has lost their V card while listening to a Pulling the Streams live. Congratulations. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. With that
so-
said, I'm gonna bounce. I got you. Speaking of, you got me worried about my mortgage
What?
payment, so I got to be up early in the morning to work, so I can
and now LB's got me all
Work.
worried about all my tenants not reporting stuff, so I got to get to work in the morning too.
Yeah, you got a
Merry
massive
I mean,
build
all
up
you
of
gotta do
deferred
is like
maintenance,
peek in,
Sam.
just peek in the window when you know they're not home. See what's
Yeah,
going on.
scary
You'll be
sometimes too to peek into you don't know what you're gonna find when you peek into people's windows. But FCC, LB, Bill, to you and your families, Merry Christmas. I look forward to hopefully we can hang out some more into the new year. So take care.
Merry Christmas.
All right.
Good night, Sam.
Yep.
FCC. Good
Later,
night.
Sam. Later, LB. Thanks, Bill. Peace.
Later. Thank you.
I guess that's my cue to go, right?
It's just you and me now. Well, I mean, it's like
I
4:30
know.
here, so,
Hey,
but
I have a
we need to do
question.
this again, though. I had fun tonight. What's going on?
I haven't been around in a while, and I came back and I have a wrench. Were you like handing out wrenches to random people that weren't here? How did I get a
No, you
wrench?
had one here at one. You had here at one time, and then we got
I
pissed
have
at each other.
never
And
had a
of
wrench
course,
here.
I yes, you
I've
did,
never
and
had a
I
wrench here,
took it because I'm petty like that. Because you banned me from your channel. I had a big wrench in your channel, and you took mine. So doesn't matter.
I don't think I've ever
But
had a
anyway,
wrench here, but that's fine.
you did. But anyway,
No, I didn't.
you have one now. So
No. All right. Well, that was a nice surprise when I came back. So, see you, Bruce.
well, I
2,
figured
1.
I've known you long enough, and we've had enough conversations that it was time.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I was gonna say when I was around all the time, I never had a wrench. I was like, that was odd. But anyways, so what else has been going on around here? Anything exciting other than
I don't
non-tech?
really watch a whole lot, but it's dead. This community is like, they may as well put a stick in it because that's all that's going on now. For the most part, is people restreaming old shit.
Yeah,
Like they got nothing left.
like that can't make like she can't be making like anything significant off of that. You would think, right? Like it
No,
reminds me of
not
Jeff.
really.
Like Jeff is like, when he gets going and he's like, he's thinking about that little YouTube check that's coming. It's probably gonna be like $40 or something. That's what I imagine going on there.
Well, the thing
With
is, though, when the hours that you rack up live only really count for that. If you're trying to get your first 4,000 hours, then all of your live hours, your live watch hours count. But after you have that, staying live for 12 hours doesn't help you because those hours don't count. What counts is the hours watched after it's live, and I don't think they realize
you
that.
don't. So you don't get paid for people watching while you're live. That doesn't make sense. Why is
They
that?
YouTube, and I don't know every single thing about it, but YouTube cares more about views now than they
Well, that's what I
do.
mean. If
I
they're
mean,
viewing live, isn't that a view still?
yeah, the views still count, but like,
Oh, you're saying it doesn't matter how long it is, though, right?
right, as far as when it's
It doesn't.
actually live, those hours don't help you. But if
Well,
people watch it after it's over, but the thing is, nobody wants to watch a fucking 12-hour live stream after it's over, you know?
most of the shit I've already seen, so I'm not like that's boring. I already seen it, been there, done it. So whatever. Yeah,
Did
this
NTF
I
retire?
don't even get.
I don't know.
I don't know if people have like new channels or what, but I don't even get a lot of notifications for like anybody. Basically,
Well,
you, which is
nobody.
very rare.
Yeah,
NTF retire from YouTube
yeah.
and get a job. Did NTF retire?
I don't know. I turned off notifications for her a long time ago too.
At her peak, NTF said she was getting like 150 a month. Lydia had double the subs. Yeah, they're also getting like the what do you call it? The member money, and they're getting donos while they're live, I guess. So whatever.
Yeah, the member money that people pay that every month, so that's stable. But
Right, right. That's what I mean. So that just adds into your because you only get paid once a month for everything, right? For views and all
yeah,
that bullshit.
yeah, you get paid
So
once a month, and if you don't, you have to be getting at least $100, or they don't send you they tack it onto the next month.
I always think
Um,
about like Locke and how often he went live and he could have monetized at any time, but he just did it for fun. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like
he
sad to
he
see all the money
he,
grubbers.
he did
Sorry.
monetize, but he turned it off pretty quickly.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, it was very like short
I,
lived. He was like, "Fuck that," because it wasn't that
yeah,
wasn't
I
what it was
won't.
about, right? That wasn't what he cared about.
No,
So
not originally. That's not why he started his channel. No.
yeah, but even when it was an option, it was like, that's really not worth it. I just want to like hang out and have fun, you know.
Yeah, he had it. I don't know if he's still monetized, but
Oh no, I don't think
he had
he
it
wasn't.
monetized for a while. No, yeah, he was. He was for a while.
Oh, I know he
I think
was,
he
but
let
it
it
was like
go.
short. It was only like a couple weeks. I think he had it monetized. I remember when he did it. It was short.
Yeah,
It wasn't. Yeah, I forget what he said. Something. I don't know the rules. Maybe it was a swearing and stuff. I don't remember what it was, but it just seems. I don't know, kind of cringy.
like
But
I
I don't
get
want
for a small
to.
channel, I get like this anything that comes up about the community. Like very few of my shorts have anything to do with the community because I just don't want everything to be about that. Um, and the stuff that I put out, not all of it, but most of the stuff that I put out that's not about the community gets a lot more views than this kind of stuff than when we talk about it. Um,
Yeah,
I don't know
pets do
why,
really
but
good. It's because they're
oh yeah, the
cats.
cat. Oh yeah,
Yeah, pets do really good in the algorithm. Pets and kids,
yeah,
which is really strange.
yeah. I've got quite a few stupid cat videos that have like 10 or 20,000 views, but I don't want to be a fucking cat channel. I just do it for the chicks.
Oh, okay, that's weird. Chicks like cats that much?
Oh yeah,
Oh, all right. Interesting.
I did a poll a while back, and I was actually kind of surprised because I put on there what if anything or whatever, what do you like the best about this channel? And I really thought that cats were going to get it. But as it turns out, my shining fucking personality won out by a big margin against like 4 other things. So yeah, I mean, I do a lot of shit just for the ladies.
Yeah, you are quite the ladies' man, Belle. I'll give you that. It's been a long run watching your little parade go on here. Hey, speaking of
Would
the
you like
ladies,
would you
speaking
like
of
some feet
ladies,
pics?
no, thank you. Speaking of the ladies, I heard Jen A was resurrected from the grave. Another
Oh
great
yeah.
grandma.
Mm-hmm.
What happened? I saw like right when I stopped watching was around when they said she died, and I saw Cat Eyes flipping out that she came back, and I don't really know what
Yeah.
happened. What happened?
All right. She wasn't around for a while, and people get concerned when people that are usually around a lot aren't around anymore. Well, you know about Meow, right?
Yeah. I don't know where.
Okay. As far as I know, he actually is in that great big bar up in the sky. But anyway,
Yeah,
Gen A, somebody,
he knew for a while. He knew. I think that's why
I
he went
think
traveling.
I think
I
so
think he
too.
knew
I
what
mean,
was coming.
looking
He
back
was
at the
sick.
conversations we had, it's like, oh yeah, he knew something.
Right.
He just
Yeah,
didn't tell us.
I had conversations with him too. That and even if he didn't know, he definitely wasn't like super happy at his house. I know that. So at least he
Yeah,
got to like roam the Americas for a while, and hopefully he's I would assume he's in a good place. He's not a bad guy. A little bit of an asshole,
yeah.
but he's not like hell bound type asshole.
Well, but
So
Gen
you think?
A,
Okay, yeah.
and
What happened?
I posted the text message. Somebody, which we believe, well, I'm pretty damn sure it was her, sent a text to somebody else in the community that said, my grandmother Jen A died last night. Okay, so we're like, all right, she's dead, and I something in the back of my head said it was bullshit, but I ran with it anyway because fuck it, why not? And then uh, when you clip something from somebody's channel, that channel owner gets a notification of who clipped it. All of a sudden, Jen A's account clips something from Damone's channel, and obviously she didn't know
Oh,
that. So Damone's like, "Yep, Jen A's alive," and showed the screenshot. Sure
how
enough.
long was it that everybody thought she was dead?
Oh man, I like 2 or 3 weeks.
Oh shit.
So she's
Huh.
watching people, and I quit doing memorial streams for people because too many of them have come
Who
back
the
from
fuck
the
knows,
dead.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that backfires every time.
So she's watching people that were actually sad about it, this whole time and didn't speak up. It's just. So anyway, what brought her back from the dead was we all got together and we prayed. We prayed that Jen A would come back, and
Oh
God
shit.
damn it, she did.
Oh god. This place never like ceases to amaze me. So I mean, like I said, I'll if I see a stream, but I probably won't watch it. If I click it, it'd be like 2 or 3 minutes. I'm like, man, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I really don't care. I got other shit I can watch. But fucking, how many people have died and come back to life around here, or just disappeared
Oh
and
my
come back?
God.
And people are like speculating, and oh my god, I don't like the speculation.
Well, that's
Oh
the
no,
thing.
I
Now, when
don't.
somebody really does die, we're like,
If I
yeah, maybe
die,
they are, maybe
nobody.
they're not.
If I die, nobody's gonna know because I don't clip shit and I don't really I don't talk to anybody, so nobody will know. I guess.
Well, if nothing else, we've learned how to reduce the chances of getting caught.
Right, I guess. I don't know why you would want to fake dying anyway. Just go, just leave. Like you don't have to. fake dying, you know. She said something about dying, right? Or was it her grandson or was it really her?
Yeah.
Or her granddaughter, something like that.
Well, she's been saying forever that she's like in hospice care or whatever.
Yeah.
But
She's been saying that for a couple
yeah,
years.
yeah.
She might be. Who knows? You know? Maybe she has something that
I
like
don't
is
know.
incurable. I mean, she's
Well,
old
she's
and
old.
miserable.
That's not curable.
Right. Yeah, she's old. She's probably unhealthy, and who knows? But why fake dying though? That just seems very odd.
I don't know.
But then
All
again,
you have
great
to do
grandma
is
did it,
just
and
leave.
yeah, well, great grandma, she was like a big donor, and I think that's why she did it. Part of it, fake the dying, because then she didn't have to donate anywhere, right? She was donating like a ton of money or
No,
something.
oh, yeah, she was a big donator. Um, I think it had more to do with, see, great grandma wasn't really planning on faking her death. But she was under a lot of pressure, like from Blue and some other people.
Oh, and wanted to
Uh,
be left alone and kind of said like, "I'm done," and they took that as she died.
yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
remember.
And what happened was Blue had texted her, and she didn't text Blue back. And after only like 4 hours, Blue decided she was dead.
Yeah, I
Like
remember that. It started
I would wait a little
GoFundMe and the
longer
whole
than four
fucking deal.
hours. But and I've talked to
I,
great grandma privately, and I've had her on here. And
yeah, I remember.
what it was is she took the opportunity as a way out, but she was still talking to Rob Lowe.
But yeah,
And
you know, I kind of felt bad when the great grandma thing happened. I'm like, leave the lady alone, let her fucking go. Like, that's kind of how I felt. Like, yeah, it wasn't her fault. It's not like she didn't tell anybody she was dead. They just assumed that. That's not her fault. But she was very apologetic about it, regardless, which I thought was nice of her. You know, and she kind of admitted a lot of things that she didn't have to, which I think made me feel bad for her, I guess. We're
yeah,
all
she
gonna die
wasn't.
someday, right?
Yeah, I don't think she was planning on faking
Yeah, it
her
wasn't
death.
like
It was just
malicious.
the opportunity. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I agree with Constantine here. Is they want to see what people say about them after they're dead, allegedly dead.
All right. Well, I'm gonna definitely test that theory out soon. Here, just wait. No, I'm not. I won't do that. That just seems so odd.
Yeah,
Why would you care? Why would you care what people on the internet think about you when you're dead? Who fuck
I
cares?
don't know.
That that's
I do
that's
not
way
know.
too involved. That's way too dependent upon the internet, it seems.
But I mean,
Do you think if you died, do you think the internet would be like the biggest uproar in your life, or do you think people in your real life would care more?
oh, nobody'd even notice. If
You have family, you
I mean,
have
well,
parents.
people would notice. Hey, he hasn't been live in a while, or whatever shit like that. But uh,
But I'm
I mean,
saying
I
as
guess the
far as like
people
real
that
life
I actually talked
actions
to
go.
would. But
Oh,
yeah, the real life is, and I formed relationships with people from here. I've met some of them in real life. You know, some of them would give a shit or whatever, but for the most part, no.
right. That's what I mean. The overall, yeah, the couple people that you might be actually close to on the internet, fine. But the overall consensus, as far as the community is concerned, the 1 or 200 people that come around, like it's just hysteria. You know, it's like something to talk about, is what it seems like.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah. No,
nobody
but
should
nobody
be that.
in that respect, nobody gives a shit, nor really should they.
That's my point. Not yeah, it's nice to care, but like everybody has a life outside of this. Even if you don't really have a life outside of this, you still have people around you. Everybody has people around them. You know, they still have day-to-day stuff. The internet doesn't rule your your bills and your household and whatever else.
That's another thing too. A lot of the people, I shouldn't say a lot. Like I talked to a couple of people who really don't have anybody in their real life. Um, like some of the people, and I've been very critical of people that are on here constantly and watch and see every live stream. And some people really seem to depend on it. But I know of at least a couple that have like physical disabilities that they can't go anywhere, and they don't really have anybody to talk to in real life. So this is their social thing. This is really all
Well,
they have.
this is my social thing too, but I mean, I still have people in my,
Yeah,
you know,
you
I don't
you
see
have
them, I don't talk to them every day, but if I died, they would be the ones that would be, you know, probably very upset and concerned and whatever. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, she'll kill me for even mentioning it. Actually, I know of two.
Yeah, don't tell
So
me.
there's
Don't tell
probably
me any
more, but
racist shit.
no. I'm never going to
I
mention
did
any
it.
names or anything that could lead back to them. But there are a couple people that are agoraphobic. Like they have a fear of leaving their homes.
Yeah,
Um,
I
and
totally get that, dude.
that's a thing. And so
And I think
their only social life is here.
COVID made that a lot worse for a lot of people, and now people have gotten used to it, right? Which is fine. I mean, I am still on YouTube. I'm just not in this community, right? I'm like just
Right.
watching bullshit other places. I'm just not like it's the trying to keep up with everything that's going on here and getting so invested in it seemed unhealthy at one point, right? Like this is just too much.
It
Like I
is.
should.
Yeah, it is.
You're right. You know, it's good to have friends. You can have friends on YouTube, right? Like actual friends. But I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it. You know, because you backed off too.
Yeah.
You know, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Oh yeah.
It's
Yeah. I
just
backed way off.
eventually everybody gets to that point. Well, maybe not. Maybe everybody doesn't get to that because I see people that are still like raging weirdos, and I'm like, yeah, I was invested at one point, but where does it get anybody? Nowhere. Nobody gets anywhere. It's like a never-ending circle in this fucking shit show. And that's what bothers me about it.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's why a lot of people are gone. You know, the numbers
Right.
for everybody across the board are way less than it used to be. Anytime I had Sam Clinton on here, I would have over 200 simultaneous viewers. And he never let me forget that, by the way. But you just don't see those numbers now.
Yeah. I would well, those people are still on YouTube. This place just got one it turned into like a lolcow community, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
And it wasn't always just drama. It used to be like this, like what we did tonight. Just like sit around
Yeah,
bullshit talk. It used to kind of be like this, but it's
yeah,
not
it did.
anymore. You know, the
Yeah,
lives
and
that go out every day
that's what killed it.
are not like this. Yeah, which is, you know, whatever. It is whatever. You know, but
Yeah,
how do you participate in a live that is just geared towards drama every day? Like, how do you, unless you want to incite that, right? Or you feed
right.
on that. Uh, kind of sad
That's it's
to think about it.
it's all some people know. You know, the people that are constantly doing the dragging and playing other people's shit. They they don't have the ability to go live and just talk to the chat without any way to screen share, or like they just don't have the personality for it or the brains. Not that you have to be
Well, that's
real
why I was
smart
talking
to
about
just
the
talk with
money.
your chat, but what's
That's
that?
why I was asking about the money. Like, how much could she actually be making? Like, But then somebody said fucking NTF was making $150 a month. I mean, to a fucking tweaker in a trailer, that's a lot of money, right?
Yeah, but I think most of that comes from her what do you call it?
Donos,
Memberships.
super chat, memberships, yeah.
Yeah,
But still,
yeah,
you know what I mean? If you stay engaged, they keep their membership going, right? So, but I mean the substance of what used to be in the conversations that we used to just bullshit, right? Like that's how it started. Then there was drama, but it wasn't drama like it is now. And then this like past year and a half, whatever, the Ed shit, Nunya, yeah, it's just we're like the Laucal community now. It's like a
yeah,
joke.
pretty much.
I mean, your
Yeah,
channel's
it
really
is.
not like horrible, but no offense. Your
Well,
channel is like
I feel
one of
like
the
it
few
is.
that's left. Your channel is one of the few that's left. FCC does good live streams where he's not replaying people's shit. You just bullshit, hang out, talk. And it's not like full of drama, you know? Like we'll like discuss things, but you know, we discussed a bunch of shit tonight. It wasn't about the community and the people and trying to trash people and
Right.
whatever.
Yeah, and that's how I like it. Like my lives always I used to try to talk about anything but the community stuff, but I gave up. I just let people have it because it's just impossible because it's how we know each other. So it's all people want to talk about, you know.
Right. See, I think that makes it better for me that I don't really know what's going on. I don't think there's much going on though. Like, what is going on? The same shit that always goes on. You know, Tommy's a retard.
Yeah, yeah, it
Whatever.
is. It's the same
Now
shit over
Nunya's
and
a
over.
retard too. Nunya and Jeff we got male and female Jeff now. You know, and that's it.
Yeah. Yep.
Do wish
The,
Locke would come back. Locke used to have good streams. You know,
yeah,
but hopefully
yeah.
he's
I don't blame him for dipping though. I really don't.
no, I don't. But you know, that
If
was
he's
kind of the
happier
point.
this way, then that's what he should do.
Yeah,
I mean, look
yeah.
how many times did he get set off? I mean, like completely unhinged. That's not good for anybody, you know.
Somebody said LB professing her love for Ray on Nunez was epic. I ain't never going on Nunez. I don't go to Nunez. Retarded. Who's Donald T? Do we know? Do you know?
That is the actual Donald Trump.
Stop. Okay.
It is. I verified it, and I verified it because I asked them. I said, "Hey, are you the real Donald Trump?" And they said yes. So
They said Khan's IG now, so Constantine knows who they are.
yeah, I
Alright,
do know
okay.
who it is, but I don't know if they want people
I
to know
really
who
don't.
they are.
That's the other thing. Since I haven't been around, I haven't seen the name changes as they've happened or been paying attention. So I don't know who anybody is now. A lot of the names are different. There's, a few like Constantine is the same. Some people don't ever change their name, which I would prefer. But all these people change their names. I'm like, who the fuck are these people? So then you can't socialize because you don't even know who you're talking to, right? And I don't like that.
Yeah, that's a thing, and
Ray, to be honest. Constantine is forever, right? Yeah. I couldn't imagine changing my name. That would that would be weird.
yeah, but you have people, well, people like Telly and Mitch. They'll have two or three alt accounts, all talking to each other in the same chat to try to validate their point. You see that happen quite a bit, as if we don't know who they are.
Why would they be talking to themselves in the chat? That seems stupid.
They
For
they
what?
do that because either because nobody agrees with them, and they're trying to validate their point on their main account, and nobody's going along with it, so they create other accounts to make it look like people are going along with it.
So you're a Tully hater? Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Tully.
Well,
I
when a
don't
fucker
know how
lies
Tully.
about me constantly, it tends to get me to not like you.
I don't know how. Well, yeah, he said a bunch of shit about me too. He's fucking retarded. But I don't know how Tully made the jump from being Nunya's fucking mouthpiece to where he is now. Like, dude,
Oh,
you were like.
they had a big falling out. They had a big falling
I
out. They
know,
were
I know.
showing everybody.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was around for when that happened. But I'm just saying, the fact that Tully just like flipped the switch and was like, all right, no, fuck that. But like, Tully, you're just as retarded as Nunya. You were doing everything she's doing for months and months and
Yeah.
months. You know,
Yeah,
everything
and
that you complain
he was
about,
her lapdog
you
for a
were
long time.
doing
So
for her. He did what? Sorry.
he was her lapdog for a long time. Yeah, Charlie Brown.
Yeah,
Ryan's another one.
dude, Ryan is like brainwashed. The way he talks now, it's so strange. I mean, it's been a while since I heard him, but since like Nunya became his manager or whatever she said she was doing for him, did you hear that? She said she was
Say that
gonna
again.
be his. Nunya said she was talking about working and said she was gonna be like Ryan's manager of some sort, like manage his YouTube career basically. Yeah, this was a
Oh
while back.
God.
She was talking about like side jobs. Side jobs is what she was talking about. And she goes, "Yeah, and I'm managing Ryan and da da da." And I'm like, "What the fuck is she talking?" And then Ryan was like brainwashed. Like the kid. I mean, he was dumb before, right? But he used to at least think and try to evaluate things. And now it's like just straight retarded, like retard. I'm like,
Yeah.
what the fuck happened? I
Never
was
go
never a
full
huge
retard.
Ryan fan, but sorry, am I not supposed to say that word? The R word?
No. You can say retard. I'm just saying never
Oh,
go full retard. Ryan went full
oh.
retard, but he was kind of born that way. So
Yeah, he was already like kind of like weird, but he used to at least like he was on his own before, so he would evaluate things independently. And now, I don't know. Well, I don't know. He's like brainwashed. I feel like he's brainwashed. It's like in a cult.
yeah,
It's a cult.
it's just another manipulation, and people like him are easy to manipulate.
Nadia is the CPP offshoot cult. You know what I
Yeah.
always wonder? Is Tommy mad that Nadia's getting some of his donos now? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
I don't
she
know. If
like
they're giving money
infiltrated
to her, then
CPP. Yeah, that's
that's
less they're
money
giving to
that.
him, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
I wonder if he regrets that friendship. It's a little late now, you know what I mean? It's what it is, but she knew what she was doing. She since she came here when she started and she'd had like 10 viewers on a karaoke stream, she already had her LLC set up, right? She was already ready to like run a business. She thought she was gonna make it big.
Her and I have text messages that somebody gave me a long time ago. I just haven't put them out there. Nanya and her associates, they washed out of the true crime community. They tried to be a true crime channel, like before they ever came to our community, and they were summarily run off. So there's that.
Do you know who ran them off or where they were at? I don't know.
No, I don't.
I mean
And that's another
that
thing
would
that's in
make
these
sense. But
text
you would think
messages
she'd
is
have.
she
Go
said
ahead.
that she cannot go back to where she's from because basically she made too many enemies there, but she can't go back to like her at where she's actually physically from. She can't go back. And then people have put up things about how, I don't know, she ratted on some people. I don't know. She ratted on somebody, and now I don't know the whole story, but yeah, she gets run
You're
out of
talking
pretty
about like
much
off.
every place
You're
she
talking about
goes.
like you're talking about like off YouTube. She ran out somebody type of stuff.
Yeah, like where she actually physically lived,
Yeah,
like
right.
where she physically came from.
Yeah.
She ratted on some people there, and some other shit happened. So she got ran out of that town, and then she got ran out of the true crime community, and now they're here.
Well, maybe that's why she never leaves the desk. Scared to go outside. Who knows? Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually
She's
Donald Trump and I
better.
have exchanged dick pics.
Bill assessing my cock. Oh wow, interesting. Big time pay pigs behind the scenes. Yeah, Constantine. Yeah, that Jersey shit. Man. That was. I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine that. I had somebody that I know offer to buy my kids the game system for
What?
Christmas.
Oh,
Like somebody that I know
you
in real
probably
life.
shouldn't have put a comma there, because, all right.
What?
It sounded like you said something over because you put a pause there, and that's not a good place for a comma.
Oh, I missed it. Anyways, I couldn't imagine taking that kind of money from somebody like and asking for it over and over. Like that just is very predatory. It's very predatory, it seems.
Yeah.
So, but I think
Well, that
that's what it's all. I think that's what it's always been about for Nonya. It's not about the community. It's about what the community can offer her. So
pretty much. Yeah, I
forever,
agree.
they've
And,
made
and yeah,
their
Jersey
statement.
wasn't the only one. There was somebody else, and I'm hoping this person will want to go public with it, but I'm not going to twist their arm, because also I think like Bobby Joe kind of took advantage of Jersey and used him for her purposes. She didn't, because she was fine with Anya taking money
Right,
until they had a falling out, and then all of a sudden it's a
right.
crime. Um,
Yeah.
but
Don't. I don't even
Jersey
want to
was not
start
the
about
only
it.
one. She was telling the exact same thing to at least one other person. I would imagine that there's more.
Well, that's exactly what you just said. That playing people against each other and letting shit fly until it's inconvenient, and that's just like bad morals and character right down to the bone, right? Like
Yeah.
you're just you're just morally fucked up if that's how you think and talk to people and manipulate people, and it's some people are just like that, you know. And they don't even think they're like that. That's the problem. That's why they won't change. Because you have to realize you're fucked up to change what's fucked up, right?
Mm,
And some of
well,
these people don't
yeah,
care.
yeah. That's
I'm
all
sure you
right.
know way
It's
more
after
than I do.
5 a.m. here,
Oh Jesus fucking Christ it is. All right, well this was
so I
fun.
think I'm gonna.
Talk later.
I Hey, yeah. Thank you for coming up, and make sure you do it again. I had a. This is one of the better ones that I've had in a while.
Yeah, I'm glad I popped in. This was fun. So I'll talk to you guys later.
All right.
Good
Thank
night.
you. All right. Yeah. Thanks for everybody else that came up tonight too. We'll have to do it again. And it looks like there's 3 people awake. The other 30 something have fallen asleep with their phones on. All right, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. Stay naked.